Just the normal announcements before we start. First of all, if you could please put your mobile phones to silent, that'd be appreciated. Thank you. And just the usual fire practice alarm announcement. You probably heard it. It went off 9:15, quite loud. So that's what we're listening out for. If we hear that, then we exit from one of the fire exits at either side of the room, go down the stairs, and we congregate in the council's car park. Please don't come back into the building until we've been told that we can do so. Please don't use the lifts. And is anybody unable to use the stairs? Okay, so that will be the route out of the building. Right, so is there anything anyone wants to raise before we start?
There's a few bits of housekeeping. We don't need to interrupt it now. The things like, for instance, the highway statements of common ground have come in, you will have seen, and there's a few other bits that I'm aware is on our...
On national highways.
And Kent as well.
Oh, yes.
So there's two statements of common ground, and in fact, for the Kent one, there's a couple of documents that have come in supporting that statement of common ground.
I think they've been put on the...
It's all on the website.
Yes.
I'm just aware, we don't need to go through it now to disturb Mrs. Brockhurst, but there's a few bits and pieces that are on our to-do list in terms of things like plan
Yes,
production.
there are. I was going to go through those later.
We can come back to that later. Thank you.
I mean, the statements of common ground are not going to be inquiry documents. They're going to go on the CD list with all the other statements of common ground.
Of course, yeah.
That seems easiest for everybody to find.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Anything else? Right, Mr. Pereira, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So the structure for my cross-examination is going to be general points, Kent Downs National Landscape, Southern Scheme, beyond the National Landscape, Northern Scheme, and then Green Infrastructure. So broadly speaking, that's the order of events. Okay, and I think I'll probably be most of the day, but let's see how we go. All right, morning, Ms. Brockhurst, and sorry for making you move twice now. That's fine. All right, so I want to start by just making sure we've understood and the inspectors understood the scope of your evidence and specifically its relationship to landscape and visual impact assessment.
Okay.
All right. So neither you nor Ms. Ahern have undertaken an LVIA.
That's correct.
And you have, however, read the ES, both of them.
Yes.
And the LUC responses.
Yes.
And as a matter of approach, the LVIA guidance and the notes on the LVIA guidance apply to the process of landscape and visual impact assessment, don't they?
They guide how landscape and visual impact assessment is undertaken. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. And when you were asked about the purpose of your evidence, you said it was, in part at least, to put the landscape and visual impact evidence in a strategic context, was the expression you used.
Yes, I think, Mum, as I said, paragraph 1.22 of my proof deals with my role. Address the strategic landscape and visual context to supplement the detailed analysis. And it's fair to say, isn't it, therefore, and this isn't a criticism, it's just about understanding relationships, that there are various aspects of your proof that wouldn't properly find their place in an LVIA, but fall within the general scope of landscape evidence. Absolutely. An LVIA isn't the only contribution the landscape profession makes to consideration, so it isn't
it isn't within the scope of that because it is not the LVIA. That's already been completed and agreed.
Thank you. And you accepted in your proof, and you were taking to references, that the inspector will find significant landscape and visual impacts.
Yes.
And do you accept that in relation to both schemes, north and south?
Yes.
And do you accept that in relation to residual effects at year 15?
No, I don't accept it in terms of significant adverse effects remaining at year 15.
Do you accept it at year 1?
I accept it at year 1.
Thank you. And you also, when you were taken to various references in this part of your examination in chief, you talked about the adverse effects, and you said LUC say there are more.
Yes.
Thank you. And at that point in your evidence in chief, you said that you accept that the inspector may agree with LUC.
Absolutely.
And so can we agree, therefore, that you acknowledge that LUC's conclusions are plausible ones?
They may be considered to be a correct conclusion. And I think Ms. Ahern is very fair. We're talking about professional judgment, and so, unsurprising, different professionals reach different judgments. So I accept that.
Thank you. And you accept, therefore, they're plausible conclusions. The inspector may or may not agree with them.
Yes.
Thank you.
Subject to the matters that were covered in examination, in cross-examination of where some of those issues arose, which is what brought about the note from Ms. Ahern.
Yeah, those were the factual corrections.
Yes.
Yes, obviously, if there are factual errors, one must approach the decision on the right facts, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. And
That's document 3, isn't it?
yes, it's document 3. Now, you have in your proof, at least on one occasion, when you talk about the southern scheme, reached a different conclusion to the ES. You've identified greater benefits in the southern scheme than the ES has. Do you want me to take you to the
Yes, please.
reference? Give me a moment.
Which document are we going to?
Yes, it's in her proof,
Yeah.
and it's page, well, it starts on page 7 of the proof. There's a consideration, well, actually, it starts on page 6. There's a summary of significant effects of the southern application in the table.
Hang on.
Sorry, page 6
The proof.
of the proof.
Sorry,
I don't have a table.
that's my screen. Sorry, page 26. The 2 was cut off my screen. Page 26. My apologies. So CD 37.3.2. You have a table summarising the significant effects, and then you have some text, and then at table 4.2 you talk about maturation of the landscape.
Yes.
And then at 4.7 you say this, for these 4.17, you say, for these reasons I'm of the opinion that at year 15 and beyond the residual effects are not significant and adverse. Indeed, I consider the new placemaking and substantial green infrastructure which is delivered by the southern proposal will be neutral, transitioning to significantly beneficial by year 15 and beyond. And then at 4.18 onwards, you give your reasons why. You see that?
Yes.
And I think that's an example, isn't it, where you identify greater beneficial effects than are identified in the ES?
Yes, I identify the benefits that are delivered by the scheme, which, as we discussed yesterday, the effects and the delivery of benefit don't necessarily immediately correlate.
Yes.
So that, yes, that's my position based on my experience.
Yeah. I use that as an example. Can I? What I want to understand is, have you seen it as part of your task to kind of review and reach your own view on effects identified in the ES?
No.
No. And so, right, I think I'll leave that there and I can move on. Thank you. Now, the inspector then, in the framework of landscape evidence, we might say, has two matters to consider. One is the landscape and visual impacts as formally assessed under the
Yes.
LVIA, and the other is landscape matters more generally.
Yes, that's fair.
Yeah, thank you. And so I want, through you, just to help make sure that we draw as clear lines as we can between those so that we don't confuse them. All right? Now, let's just see if we can agree some basic points when it comes to the LVIA. It's right to assess the outline application on the parameters, including the worst case, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. And just for everyone's note, I don't need to go there, I think, because you've agreed it. That's in the LVIA notes and clarifications, CD 18.3, PDF page 8, paragraph 2.3. I can see you're going there, so we've got time.
Well, if you're going to go to that detail,
it was for the inspector's note, but I don't mind. We can let's. We're here for a reason, so let's just look at it. CD 18.3, PDF page 8. Paragraph 2.3. How to assess respond to development that is submitted for outline planning application. And it says, for example, use maximum heights.
Yes.
Recognise things are illustrative. This is in accordance with the Rochdale envelope approach from the planning inspectorate, which proposes that assessment is based on a cautious, quote, worst case approach. And the reason for that being the need for that flexibility should not be abused.
That's right, yes.
Okay. And so if Miss Ahern, when referring to worst case, was doing no more than this, you would agree she's doing the right thing?
I think there is a difference, because my interpretation of what she was saying, because she was very focused on the road and where the road was and how the road was being designed, I got the impression, and it may be the wrong impression, that she was looking at the developed part of the scheme and not the totality of the project. But if she is including all of the parameters of the landscape, then I would say yes, because it is about the parameters and the maximums of the parameters, and they're both the built and the non-built.
Yeah, thank you. Well, the inspector can reach a conclusion on that, but that's what we say is the foundation for her approach, okay? Next, we know that effects can be negative, positive and neutral.
Yes.
and the assessment regime uses the expression adverse and beneficial, doesn't it?
It uses a variety of terms: positive, negative, and neutral, adverse, beneficial, neutral.
All sorts.
All sorts.
And just
but those two extremes and a middle ground.
yeah, and there are degrees, aren't there? and I just want to, I know this may be a favourite topic among landscape consultants, but I just want to ask you about this harm thing, just so it doesn't run away with itself. There's no kind of, I'm sorry, madam. Thank you. Let's pause the discussion of harm for a moment, because while we're in 18.3, let's just deal with some other points. LVIA also recognises a separation between planning policy and the process of landscape and visual assessment.
Yes, it does.
And if we just go to page 5, item 1.2, so this is this is in 18.3, item 1, that's right, item 1 brackets 2. LVIA 3 purposefully does not refer to specific policy documents or policies, because the assessment process and judgments operate independently of policy. Policies will indicate how much weight could, should, or may be attached to certain findings. That's all right. LVIA 3 applies to all nations of the UK which have different policy contexts. Although it was written as UK guidance, the concepts and procedures may be useful in informing practice beyond the UK, etc.
Yes.
And so, just to give an example, when you talk about your strategic context, for example, and this is your case, that a northern relief road, I'll pause, madam. Sure. For example, that there's an area of search for a northern relief road which needs to cross the railway line in the broad location we've looked at, right?
Yes.
That's a policy in the local plan. That may affect the weight to be given to impacts once identified.
Yes.
But it's not to affect the identification of the significance of the impacts in the LVIA, is it?
No, so, Ma'am, there's the idea of policy, isn't it? And I've seen it used elsewhere, where because there is a policy for something, there's in effect a negation of an assessment effects. Well, it's going to be delivered, therefore there are no effects. That's not the relationship between policies. So you are independent of policy, but one is conscious of those policies, both in the iteration of the design and ultimately in the planning balance. So it isn't ignored. It is a future trend. It's part of that part of LVIA, which is what's coming down the tracks, as it were. So it's understanding and recognising that, but the impact assessment isn't one that says, well, if there's a policy, we just don't assess whether there's an impact or not.
Yeah.
It's that distinction.
Yes, so I just want to be clear on that. I'm not suggesting to you it's not relevant in the planning considerations of the inspector.
No.
But when it comes to the formal process of landscape and visual impact assessment, it doesn't affect the identification of the magnitude of impacts, does it?
No. It may, however, assist in identifying the sensitivity of a receptor. So the other equation to the magnitude of change is the sensitivity of the receptor. So if, for example, there is a policy indicator of value, which is a component of sensitivity, then that has a relationship that isn't ignored either. So this all stems from an article that was prepared by the Landscape Institute, led by, I think, one of the members of the LUC team in an IEMA paper, which dealt with this issue, and that has now been brought forward into these clarification notes. So if you have a landscape which is valued, it's not necessarily an interrogation of that policy, but it's an indicator of value, which then goes into the assignment of sensitivity of receptor, because sensitivity is a function of value and susceptibility to change.
Yes.
So the policy can have a bit more of an input depending on where it is in the process.
Yeah, it might not. It might not.
Well, those are the two contexts, as I've explained them.
Yeah, and then the inspector has to write a report in this case. I don't think you're saying in this case it changes the sensitivity.
Well, I think it has been considered in the sensitivity of the receptors, the presence of the valued landscapes, but not the policy assignment for development.
Exactly, not the policy.
So that's what I'm saying. There are two components to how policy may function in the assessment process.
Yeah, so not the policy assignment. Thank you.
Well, as policy assignment in relation to deliverables as opposed to policy assignment in relation to protection.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not quite understanding that. Could you just go over that again, please?
Yes, certainly. So when you're assessing the effect on a landscape or a visual receptor, you go through the process, first of all, in identifying what the receptors are and assigning them a sensitivity. That sensitivity is a function of the value of a landscape and the susceptibility of that landscape resource or that visual resource to change. It would be incorrect to ignore the presence of a designation in looking at the value of the landscape. At the other end, the magnitude of change, so the other part of the equation, the magnitude of change is the degree of change. And in that respect, the existence of a policy that says there will be a road delivered in this location doesn't and shouldn't lead the assessor to say, well, I don't have to think about it because it's going to happen anyway, so we set that aside in terms of how we look at this. So policy plays a different role in the process.
And I think to assist the inspector, if we go in that same document, 18.3 to page 14, and we look at 5(6). That's shining a light on the point. PDF page 14, 5(6). That's shining a light on the point you've just made, I think.
Policy using means landscape policy. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, actually, because that sort of modifies it further in that actually does indicate that the susceptibility, so this value of the landscape and susceptibility, this actually suggests, this text, is that the susceptibility of whether they can accommodate change should reflect the likelihood that the proposed development may influence the intended policy outcome. So actually the provision of the normal relief road it would be a consideration in terms of susceptibility of the landscape to change, because that's indicating it's going to change, which is slightly different from the McGraw article that was published by EMA. But that is certainly indicating that actually, yes, the Northern Relief Road and the aspiration for the delivery of the motorway junction and the Southern Relief Road should be taken into account when considering the susceptibility of the landscape. So,
which bit are you looking at to get that?
The very last part of that section 5.6.
Mm-hmm.
A landscape policy sets out the outcomes to be achieved in relation to those receptors. The documents referred to by the policy provide detail to inform the consideration of susceptibility for those receptors, and the susceptibility should reflect the likelihood that the proposed development may influence the intended policy outcome.
It's that last bit, is it? The susceptibility should reflect the likelihood.
Yes. So one might say that the susceptibility of the that part of the northern site to a change as a result of road, it is at the lower end of susceptibility, because that's what the policy outcome is intended to be.
Yes, in part that would depend, wouldn't it, on what degree of assessment had taken place when formulating the policy.
Well, one presumes if it's an adopted policy, it's been considered in some detail, because otherwise, and particularly when you're in a world where the route is in effect designed by the presence of the committed development, then it's not, if it may come ahead, you have a policy that says it will, and there's an area of search, but its crossing point is pretty much specific because of how everything else has happened around it. So those decisions on the committed development are taken in light of knowing that there has to be a crossing, and the crossing is likely to be in this location.
Right. And now, even to the extent that you're talking about, that just applies to the Northern Relief Road, doesn't it? That's the only part of the northern scheme and the southern scheme that finds a basis in development plan policy.
Yes, that's correct.
So it doesn't apply to housing development on either site?
No.
And it doesn't apply to the Southern Relief Road, which isn't in the development plan?
No, that's correct, which is why I think the LVIA itself talks about future trends, because not everything is in policy. There are still other aspirations, because in the absence of an adopted local plan, a current local plan, that we know there will be housing. I'm not saying here, but we know that that's also something that's in the mix.
I'll come on to trends and stuff in a bit. Now let's go to this question of harm. There isn't a... I just want to make sure this point doesn't run away with itself, interesting though it may be. There isn't a kind of mandate from the Landscape Institute, thou shalt not use the word harm. It's used in the ES, both ESs, for example.
Yes, it's true, but I think what's important is that harm typically, in projects where I've worked and at inquiries I've appeared, the application of determining whether those adverse consequences are harmful typically happens through the planning consideration of those as harms. And I mean, it won't be the first time that you've heard me say this, but I mean, it is just a functionality of the process, which sort of takes an automatic stance that change is typically adverse. And so, you know, and the argument I've always had put to me is, well, if it's adverse, it must be harmful. That may be what is arrived at on some of those issues, but it is overall, it tends to be a matter that's scrutinised more through the application of the planning policy and the consideration of planning rather than the Landscape Institute, because we also have, you know, have position papers on how we develop landscapes, which talk about it in a positive manner, to therefore say that everything we do is because we are involved all the time in change, that everything we do as a profession is harmful because we change.
Simple
landscapes.
point. It's within the professional capacity of a landscape witness to judge whether an adverse impact is harmful or not, isn't it?
It can be, but it's not in the planning consideration. I think it typically I've found that it's how the effects are processed subsequent to the production of the ES.
You talk about there being lots of beneficial effects from the development.
I do say there are
good things.
I think there are positive components, and there are those components which are development which is seen against an agricultural landscape which are adverse.
Right.
And it may be. So if you're using the terms adverse and beneficial, we're not saying harm and beneficial, we're saying adverse and beneficial. So where I use the word beneficial, it's because the alternative on the spectrum is adverse.
Yes, so you do have some kind of in-principle objection to Miss Ahern using the word harm, do you?
Well, I think she said it herself. It's not necessarily harm, but I don't use the word harm. I haven't done in my appearances because I think it is that the process that follows the evidence of the landscape professional is for others who then conclude whether that is harmful and unacceptable and all of those other terms.
Put acceptable or unacceptable to one side, because acceptability can be a balance of harms and benefits, right?
Adverse consequences and beneficial consequences. I'm consistent. I understand. I understand that other professionals use the word harm. I don't, because I think that in my experience, the use of the word harm. So if you said instead of significant effects, you say significant harmful effects instead of significant adverse, you are placing already a planning weighting and a balance, which is typically for others, and that's the approach I take. Miss Ahern can use the word harm if that's what she wants to use.
Yeah,
I don't. That's her call. I don't.
Yeah,
use
you
it.
Wouldn't. But all I want to know is, because she was cross-examined a lot about harm and so on. All I want to know is, although for you that's not the way you do it, you don't take some in-principle objection to landscape evidence which, having considered the outcomes of the LVIA, which talks about adverse and beneficial, then choose to express things using the word harm.
I take issue with it because it implies that some sort of planning consideration has been applied after the identification of adverse effects. And I don't think that's always done. I think that is a translation of the word adverse to harm without necessarily going through the planning balance and the weighting.
She's not saying unacceptable. You appreciate that. That's a planning balance question.
Well, she isn't, but she is saying harm. I mean, unacceptable and harm, one might say they can be interchanged. That's why I have always in my career sought to be very specific about this, because I think you do end up in this world of, or when you say harmful, you therefore, and I've heard this in cross-examination, you must accept that means it's inappropriate and unacceptable. And then we go into a different process. So I've been very clear. Obviously, if Miss Ahern has gone through that process and has, beyond identifying adverse impacts, has then concluded they're harmful, that is her evidence, and she's explained how she's reached that.
All right, well, I'm not going to. So when the ES uses the word harm in the landscape and visual impact assessment, you would level the same criticism at it, would you?
Yes, I would. Yeah.
All right. Next, please, just some, again, staying at a high level, can we turn up 1.32.2 of your proof, please? So you have here some general points you say you wish to make. Differences of opinion, 1.32.2. In some instances, the council reaches the conclusion level of effect is greater than assessed by the applicant. Both parties record the effects as being significant. The issue established by para 3.33 of LVIA is whether the effect is significant or not significant, rather than any graduation within the category of significance, right?
Yes.
And I just want to unpack that a little bit. You accept, don't you? Well, let's just backtrack a bit. LVIA is dealing with assessment primarily, not exclusively, but primarily in the context of EIA development, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And when we are looking at EIA development, we are required to consider significant environmental effects, because that's what EIA does.
Yes.
But of course, there are lots of other developments that are not EIA development,
Yes.
which may or may not have particular landscape impacts.
Yes.
Yep, and they may or may not be found acceptable because of their landscape impact.
Sorry, could you?
And they may or may not be found acceptable because of their landscape impacts.
Yes, that's correct.
Sure. And LVIA acknowledges, doesn't it, that that all landscape impacts should be, one shouldn't ignore the non-significant landscape effects, be they beneficial or adverse.
Can you take me to where that it says you shouldn't ignore them?
Yes, I can. Yeah, it's 3.34 of LVIA, so this is CD 18.41, and what did I say it was? 3.34.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yes. The last sentence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And you don't, you agree with that, presumably?
Yes, I mean, all effects are recorded, and in this particular project is an EIA project. We are dealing with significant and not those effects that aren't significant. But yes, ma'am, if in your decision-making process, those that are considered to be minor or negligible effect, you may still consider them. But it's in terms of the EIA, there is a reason why there is a different threshold, which is that distinguishing between significant and not significant in EIA terms.
Yeah. And the one reason why the non-significant can't be disregarded is because they may be relevant for policy when you come to apply policy.
They may be, yeah.
Yeah.
But also, it may be that if you had an assessment of effects and you had one significant adverse effect and 15 non-significant, well, that also works in the back. You know, you may think, well, of all of the effects that could happen, only one happened. So, yeah, it provides context, but in this case, we've been very clear as to what is significant and what is not.
So are you saying that if you have a number of non-significant effects, they could all amount to a significant one?
No, what I'm saying is in the overall broad assessment, if you are not disregarding anything that is not significant, so all of those that fall below the threshold, the point that seems to be being applied, which is they should still be regarded because they're not, well, and it covers in a different way as well, which is there may be potentially 20 effects that arise, only one is non-significant in the balance of all the things that could happen here, most of is avoided. You have, if you want to have regard to all effects, whether they're significant or not, that is part of that context.
Yeah, and just to put a context on this, if we look at CD 16.1, which is the framework,
16.1.
that would be dug out of the box.
Well, yes. It's just I'm trying to avoid opening too many documents in case my memory crashes again. So if I have a hard copy, I'll go to it.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, so the framework, and it's PDF page 54, section 15. All right.
Yes.
We can see 18. I'm going to take you to some references and ask you a question. 187. Planning policies and decisions should contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment by, and then protecting and enhancing valued landscapes, etc. Recognizing intrinsic character and beauty. And then if we go down to 189, we have the great weight should be given to conserving and enhancing landscape and scenic beauty in those designated landscapes. You see that?
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask you about the merits of the scheme right now. But these are examples of policy tests that require the inspector to look at impacts beyond those identified as significant in the EIA LVIA way of expressing that.
I don't see the correlation between those. I mean, that's the policy states.
Yeah.
Talks about weight and protection, but
I'll give you an example. One can see, hypothetically, that a material but just less than significant adverse impact on the national landscape, for example, would be relevant to paragraph 189, even though in the LVIA it's identified as not passing the significant threshold. Still be relevant to the policy test.
Well, I mean, we're told where the weight should be given. But yeah, I mean, you could say that. You could also say that the entirety, if in that case, the entirety of absence of effect over that landscape, because they're not assessed, because they don't even reach their threshold for significance, can also be weighed in that balance.
All of it.
So it's all of it.
Yes.
So it's not just there are significant effects, not significant effects. Then there's extensive areas of absolutely no effects.
Yeah, now these are all the planning matters for the inspector.
Yes.
And yeah, thank you. Okie dokie. Right. Now, still carrying on with general points. And again, it's on this theme of kind of what's landscape visual impact assessment matter, what's a broader landscape matter. Can we go back to your proof, please? And just give me a moment. Okay. And 1.41, please. So this is on page 14. Given the volume of information before the inspector, I've sought to restrict my evidence to matters not covered by the scheme's LVIAs. Instead, I focus on what I judge to be the most important landscape and visual matters, and those which are more likely to be pertinent to the wider planning balance, which will be struck by Mr. Bashforth. And that's consistent with what you said earlier at the start of the thing. It's going to go to some other references and then ask you a question. 3.1. My evidence should be, so this is on page 22. My evidence should be read alongside the other evidence produced on behalf of the applicants. Critically, I do not consider the materiality of planning policies, the weight to be applied to those policies, and the planning balance. I offer my professional opinion on the applications against relevant policies cited by the Secretary of State and in the reasons for refusal. All right?
Yes.
I just want to ask you then about where you stand on certain things. So if we take, for example, the passage of your evidence that starts at 218. You say, critically, in the context of Swale Borough, at the outset of my analysis, the following should be noted, and it applies to both applications. And you then talk about constraints in the borough. It's a piece of evidence that's been gone into looking at the LUC documents and so on, yes?
Yes.
And then 2.19, the council's stance in respect of recent applications. There are no locations within the borough where significant landscape visual effects do not occur. And then you give some reference. And then 221, in simple terms, there is no development option for the council if it is to meet housing and other needs, as will be addressed in the evidence of Mr. Bashforth, nor as evidenced by recent decisions is there an option that no significant landscape. And then you again talk about the borough being heavily constrained. None of that passage of evidence has got anything to do with the landscape and visual impacts of this scheme, has it?
No.
These schemes, rather.
Well, it provides a context for these schemes being brought forward in terms of the landscape, the environment within which they're going to be placed. So it is about that part in LVIA that was addressed yesterday, which is about understanding future pressures. So when one is looking at contextualizing landscape and visual effects, then and in the basis that we acknowledge that such significant adverse effects do arise, it is putting those into a context of there are very few alternatives. That if the council could find a location which would deliver what they need to deliver with no landscape and visual impacts, I'm sure they would have brought that forward. But we know the challenges. So it's a contextualisation of understanding the landscape of the borough.
Yeah. Well, what I want to understand through you is what you're asking the inspector to do with the contextualisation. In other words, what's the message you're trying to give the inspector through this part of your evidence? So let me ask you some questions. Is anything in paragraphs 218, 2.21 to be read as inviting the inspector to attach less weight to the identified impacts, landscape and visual impacts of either scheme?
No, it is to provide the inspector with information which demonstrates that the resultant significant landscape and visual impacts are not unique and only arise in respect of the application sites.
Sure. And even if she were to conclude that on the basis of your evidence, you're not inviting the inspector to attach less weight to those impacts as a consequence?
No.
Okay. And the context for what you say in part on this strategic question is that you've taken, I think one of the expressions you used, I might be misquoting, is you've taken the project as a whole. In other words, the relief road and the housing that comes with it, and considered where it might go.
Yes, yes. Obviously, the proposals before us include the relief road and housing and green infrastructure, so they come as a whole.
Yeah.
It's not a series of different applications.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it is different applications, but not a series of a road application, a housing application, an employment application, and a green infrastructure. The project as a whole.
Yeah. And of course, there are other. Granted, there's going to be evidence on the justification for the road and all of those things, but we are now where we are in the inquiry, so I have to ask you questions on where we are now. If one uncouples the housing from the road, there are obviously other options available as to where the housing might go.
That's a completely different application.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. But one of the... If you're looking strategically across the borough, that's part of the task.
So if someone were to come in with another application to deliver housing somewhere else, which I know they are, are you suggesting the council wouldn't object because they don't want the road but they want the housing?
I'm not suggesting anything.
Well, I mean, what we have before us, in fairness, is an application which brings together all of those. And there are projects where people seek to bring just housing into the borough without all the others. And in fairness, there's another appeal going on in a couple of rooms down.
There is.
Yes, I mean, there could be an application just for housing.
Yeah.
And if the council have another mechanism of delivering the road infrastructure that's required, then they may do that some other way. But I think, Ma'am, if I could just take you to my volume 2. Then my appendices and plan LP3, which is paginated 8. 8. Obviously, in addition to the constraints, we have the landscape sensitivity study that's been undertaken by LUC. So, I mean, what this indicates is in proximity to Sittingbourne, i.e. not having to cross the A429, around Sittingbourne, the sensitivity of the landscape is such that even if you are just bringing housing, you are equally constrained by the sensitivity of the landscape. Apart from obviously the northern scheme, which is at sort of the lower end of the spectrum. So there is an absolute challenge. But in terms of decoupling elements of the application proposal and saying, well, what if it were just housing? Well, it would be a different application. Undoubtedly, we'd still be appeal, but it isn't just the road. It is also the employment that comes with the science park. So it is a project. I haven't decoupled in the same way as I think Mrs. Hearn hasn't looked at what type of scheme might work here. I mean, I haven't decoupled because I'm dealing with the application.
Yeah, you are.
Have.
But just stay on page 8, please, of your appendix before you put it away. we can see the constraints in the different colours there, and we can see, can't we, that just as part of the northern scheme, as you pointed out, is in an area of moderate constraint, there are other areas of moderate constraint adjoining Sittingbourne, aren't there, to the west, to the northwest, for example.
Yes, and this is why you don't just look at what the landscape sensitivity is, because what you could say is that you could bring housing into BR1 and if you just want to bring in housing and no road infrastructure, you can build in that area because it's moderate sensitivity as opposed next to the AONB, containing Tunstall, because the sensitivity study directs you to that direction, which is why a project isn't simply about landscape sensitivity and a landscape-led approach, which would lead you to fragmented and isolated development parcels, just simply trying to exploit the lowest sensitivity to residential development.
Yeah, I mean, that's a point the applicant makes a lot about, you know, fragmentation and all the rest of that, but surely the inspector should approach the matter on the basis that other housing schemes that come forward, such as they may be, would comply with policy on what's required for green infrastructure, well-designed places, and so on.
They may come forward. Whether they'd get consent is a different matter.
Well, if they don't, then the point doesn't arise. But if there are to be consented schemes elsewhere, surely the inspector should approach that on the basis that they be schemes that were policy compliant. Otherwise, they wouldn't get consent.
Well, whatever that scheme may be, but what we have in front of us is a scheme which delivers road, employment, housing, green infrastructure as a totality, seeking to address a number of policy and aspirational requirements. And what we've seen, and I discussed in Chief yesterday, is if you just simply find the area of lower landscape sensitivity and build on it, you can do that, but you don't necessarily get the package in the same way. You know,
yep.
In excess of 500 hectares of land around Sittingbourne has been developed on with minimal just policy requirements or minimal green infrastructure provision. And then if that's the way that Swale wishes to go, then that's obviously the approach it takes. But I'm sitting here looking at it with at a strategic level, saying, well, how do you come up with a better and more innovative solution? And I believe that the delivery of a whole package of development aspects of the development requirements does that and facilitates that in a way that can't be done simply by parcel expansion of a settlement.
Yeah, well, we'll come on to green infrastructure later. Can I ask you next about Cambourne, please?
Yes.
So you've produced two pieces of evidence in relation to Cambourne. One's at LP1 of your appendices and the other's at LP2.
Yes.
It's fair to say, isn't it, the first of those, which is a Natural World article, is about, the emphasis is on ecology and matters of that sort, isn't it?
Well, its emphasis is on ecology, but it recognises all the way through that this is not just delivering for wildlife, but it is also something that is beneficial to the communities, the people who live there, because they live in a naturalised, well-designed and managed landscape. And there are contributions from people who live there as to why it's working beyond just the nature conservation enhancements. So that's on pagina 8033.
Yes, and the second article that you produced is actually one written by the landscape architects who designed Camborne, isn't it?
Yes, so the purpose of including this, ma'am, was really to demonstrate that the type and variety of green spaces that came through in Camborne share a lot of characteristics with the ones that we've done. So I haven't picked an example of something that delivers a completely different set of green spaces.
Yeah, but
And I happen to be quite familiar with this. I know and have spent time in this particular landscape, and I think its success is why it's celebrated by the communities and people who look at it from the outside.
yeah, but when the inspector reads LP2, she should bear in mind it's the landscape architects marking their own homework, as it were. I mean, it's their own document written about their own work.
It is. It's there not to say they're shouting about it, but just to show, ma'am, that what we're providing is very similar to that and has the potential to achieve the same levels of success as recorded in the preceding appendix.
Thank you. And did Camborne involve development in an AONB or national landscape?
No, it didn't, but it involved development in a very open landscape. So the extent of the effects, but it didn't involve a protected landscape.
Did it involve any protected landscapes, actually?
No, I don't believe it did.
Thank you. And it's fair to say, isn't it, that to give some context for this, you were taken yesterday in chief to the document that you were a co-author of, CD 1840. Your name was, it's the...
1840.
I think it's 1840.
Not 1810.
Maybe it's 1810. Yeah, sorry, 1810. Well done. Thank you. Yeah, the Landscape Institute position paper.
Yes.
Which embraces this idea that, or the philosophy that if housing is going to come forward, it should be, landscaping should be integrated in it, and it should be as beneficial as possible. Right. And none of that deals with the question, does it, of how much or what level of landscape and visual impact is appropriate or acceptable when delivering these new landscapes. That's not part of that.
No, I mean, it doesn't quantify a threshold of when it becomes acceptable and when it doesn't. But what it does all the way through does acknowledge is that there is change, and it can have a complete. I mean, I think in the just after the forward at the start of section 1, we made very clear, which is housing developments have a major impact on the fabric of landscapes. Yeah. I mean, that is what is clear. And knowing that, one has to offer the best outcome. And it's not just housing developments. This dealt with housing developments, but obviously we know we still are building infrastructure and employment as well. So this was just looking at the housing aspect. But certainly this document was produced in the knowledge that, we fundamentally change landscapes when we build houses.
Thank you. Still on general points, your 3 scales of assessment in your proof. We can pick this up at paragraph 2.5, I think. You say at 2.5, it's essential to contextualize the significant adverse landscape and visual consequences at the same level, that's to say borough, strategic, and so on.
Yes.
Yeah. Again, should any of this be read by the inspector as an invitation from you to attach less weight to the landscape and visual impacts identified in the relevant document?
I think it goes back, Ma'am, to a point that we were discussing earlier on this morning, which is, as well as taking into account the significant effects, the effects that are less than significant, or indeed don't occur at all, is part of that context. And that is really when you come on with a planning balance, no dispute, significant adverse landscape and visual effects at the local scale, but those diminish as you go away. And that, when you are delivering maybe a borough or a Thames Gateway, delivering on those strategies, then it's contextualising that. No more. I'm not saying, therefore, ignore what we've concluded in the LVIA. I'm just saying, when you have a borough-wide delivery of something, what is the landscape effect at a borough-wide, as opposed to taking the extent of local effects and saying, because there's these local effects, that's how it's read across the borough, across the gateway.
Thank you. I didn't ask about ignore. I'll put the question again. Nothing in this part of your evidence about assessing at different tiers should be read as an invitation to attach less weight to the impacts identified in the LVIA and similar documents, should it?
No, in the context of the answer I just gave, I'm not asking you to attach less weight.
Thank you. And I want to ask you a little bit about, a little bit more about this. One of the things that LVIA says and has been done in the LVIAs is that the assessor should choose the best scale for assessing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And no one has sought to suggest that the Thames Gateway area is in an appropriate level for assessing impacts in a LVIA sense.
No, that's right. That's the distinction between the LVIA and the evidence I brought forward.
Thank you. And I just want to ask you a few questions about Thames Gateway in the context of landscape, if that's okay.
Yes.
Because you do mention it. All right. If we just go to your paragraph. Paragraph 4.50, this is your proof, page 38. As shown at a strategic scale, the southern sites located outside the strategic constraints within the Thames Gateway, there are not likely to be any significant or adverse effects on the landscape at this scale.
Yes.
Self-evidently so. But can we just turn up the Thames Gateway document just to see what it says about landscape? I'm looking at 16.8, core document 16.8.
I have that. I don't know if you do.
Okay. And if you go to PDF page 14, there's a core vision, builds on the estuary's unique assets, and there are 7 points there. and the last one's high quality, high value parklands landscape. See that?
Yes.
And if we go on to page 28, please. We can see what appeared to be the parklands landscape that's envisaged in this document, and there are a series of it's quite difficult to read, isn't it? But
incredibly difficult.
let me with my glasses and my well, actually I don't have my glasses on, but the dark green is on the plan is parklands.
Yes.
And the light green is agricultural land, and the mid green is green grid.
Yes.
Okay. And we can see, I think the kind of we can see Sittingbourne there because there's a Sittingbourne Park, and there's the railway line and the A2 coming out the right hand side of Sittingbourne. I think we can see. If you look at number 19 on that plan, that's yeah. So we can see, certainly as envisaged here, there's a Sittingbourne Park which has got nothing to do with this site, has it?
Well, parts of it might overlap, but I would say since this vision was drafted in 2009, none of this has been delivered. In terms of the parkland, there isn't a strategy to deliver that. So, yeah, I agree. But it's got a schematic which shows the provision of parkland in that area, which runs to the south of the railway line. I think that's... Well, it
that's a bit of green grid. There's green grid
that's
there.
Green grid. Yeah. So you have the green grid, but show me the strategy where Swale is delivering the parklands and the green grid, and I'd accept that. But that hasn't happened in these years.
When was the document?
2009.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not on the front page.
Yeah, but it is. It's 2009. So, and actually, where it's saying parkland, we know that the council have got development happening at Tenham, where it's showing parkland. So, yes, there is a strategy, but it's not a strategy that's brought forward beyond this, and nothing is showing as happening. So Tenham Park, I think most of that is now committed development.
Sure, but just to make the simple point, such as it is, that the relationship between this strategy illustrated on this plan and the application sites, the extent to which they overlap is that part of green grid that looks to be between the railway line and the A2, which coincides with the part of the northern site, doesn't it?
Yes, I mean, they're different because I think it's clear that this strategy isn't going forward. So I think what is being provided within the proposals, ma'am, are parklands and green grid, but they go in a different way because the GI enhancement zones that we looked at yesterday don't equate to this either. So there is a disconnect. There is clearly an aspiration to deliver green infrastructure enhancement within the gateway, and the applicant is bringing forward a scheme that delivers that, but in a way that doesn't correspond directly with this. But nothing has happened, and much of what you're showing, what is being shown here, isn't being delivered and hasn't been delivered either.
Yeah, and your scheme won't deliver it either.
Well, it will deliver a different scheme.
Deliver something different, yeah.
Well, it will deliver something different, but at least it will deliver something.
Right. Baseline. Can we talk about baseline now, please? So, you were asked in... Well, let's start with basics. You acknowledge, because it's kind of fundamental, that when you're carrying out the LVIA, one compares the impacts to a baseline.
Yes.
So one has to assess the baseline.
From the construction year one has to look at the baseline, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, Mum.
Okay, so baseline. Need to compare against a baseline. And you were asked about trends in the baseline in Chief, and you went to some references in the ES.
Yes.
Where the landscape assessments had talked about changes to the landscape.
Mm.
Yeah?
Yes.
And let me just say out loud, no dispute between us about that, and Miss Ahern hasn't criticised the baseline in the ES. But I want to just see if we do part ways somewhere. So you refer to baseline at various points in your evidence, and I think I'm right in saying that the only place where you talk about this in the context of something changing is at 5.15 on page 41. And you say, in the context of 533, LVIA 3, the delivery of the NRR is a policy objective, and land has been safeguarded for this purpose. Therefore, the change to the character and the perceptual qualities of the landscape are anticipated. This is part of the understanding of the baseline situation, right?
Yes.
And we talked about this earlier, actually, in the cross-examination. And when you were asked about this in well, no, let me put it this way. So we've got your answers to what we were talking about earlier about sensitivity and the relevance to policy.
Yes.
For that, but LVIA does say, doesn't it, and that you're to look at baseline in the absence of the proposal, correct?
Yes, and the LVIA does that.
Yeah, yeah. So you're not suggesting, are you, that the relief road should be treated as, Northern Relief Road should be treated as part of the baseline?
No, if it had got planning consent, it would be. But I'm not doing an LVIA. I'm making comments at a different level, and I explain the context of my evidence. So yes, so the baseline as addressed in the LVIA is absent the proposals.
Yes. And when you were asked about this in chief, I'm just going to read you back what I think what I'd noted as your answer. Just give me a moment while I find it. Yeah. Hang on. Yeah. I keep saying yes because it was here a moment ago, and now it's gone. Yeah, here it is. Yeah. What you were asked, baseline and future. How does this feed into your assessment? And you said we know change is coming down the tracks. We know this whether it's a scheme or something else. There are aspirations about policy commitments to roads. And what you said was this: while it does not inform the LVIA, it's really when it comes to the planning balance and putting effects of the LVIA into the planning balance.
Yes.
And that's a fair summary of the way you see these trends, isn't it?
Yes, I think it is.
Yeah.
So, mine is evidence that, we are dealing with the evidence in tranches, but my evidence is part of feeding into that beyond the LVIA process.
Thank you. And so I think, is it fair to put it this way? There are some baseline trends that do properly form part of the LVIA. For example, in the landscape character assessments, where it talks about how the tangible ways the landscape is changing, the references you went to in the EA.
Yes.
That properly forms part of an LVIA baseline.
Yes.
And then there are wider policy aspirations, changes coming down the line and so on,
Yes.
which don't fit into that part of the analysis, but are relevant in a wider landscape context.
A wider landscape context, and I think because it is, and I understand, it is fair to say that obviously when people object to change, that doesn't mean change won't occur, because we know it is going to occur. So it's really just providing some context to understanding that and, getting it out in the open, not pretending that this scheme, these two schemes come forward in a vacuum of any need. It's recognising there is some need. Mr. Bashforth will deal with that, and for various aspects of the proposals. But because it doesn't come forward in the LVIA process, that's why I've included it in my evidence.
Thank you. And then I think I've got one more general point, and then it might be perhaps a good time for a break. Yeah, good. Good. One more general point, and it's about this distinction between the LVIA approach on the one hand and what might be called broader landscape benefits of the scheme on the other. And again, I want to take you to something you said in your evidence in chief, which again means I'll be making encouraging sounds while I find it. You Yeah, you were asked about this in the context of Ms. Ahern's point that the ESs had kind of over-egged the benefits. I'm paraphrasing, right? And you were asked about this in chief, and you said you can have an adverse effect and a benefit in a master plan, and they do not necessarily balance each other out. The LVIA does not reach conclusions of overall significant benefits, and you, I think, pointing to the inspector, are not being asked by the applicant to take into account an overall benefit in LVIA terms. And then what you said was there are considerable components, for example, the multifunctional GI that you say is beneficial. And then you said this, but those benefits are not assessed in a way to switch adverse effects to beneficial effects, but they deliver a huge opportunity, but they do not mask the adverse effects by layering on. That was your expression. And so when the inspector is coming to look at the landscape and visual impacts, she needs to, doesn't she, at one stage in her analysis, set to one side these other beneficial impacts, beneficial on your case, and not use them to depress or counteract the adverse landscape and visual impacts assessed. Just let me finish.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
And then, but then, of course, she can take into account those things that you say are beneficial as part of her overall planning judgment. Is that a fair way of putting it?
Yes.
Thank you. And so when, for example, the evidence talks about the creation of new landscapes,
yes,
that would fall into the second category of those things.
Yes, that would. As we looked yesterday in LVIA, creation of new landscapes is a reasonable aspect to consider in terms of the delivery of the project proposals.
And similarly, when the evidence talks about the master plan will create lovely places to live which will be embraced by the new residents and give them a sense of belonging, etc., those fall again in the second part of that analysis.
Yes.
Thank you. That's a very convenient place to have a break, and we'll move on next to the specific impacts national landscape.
Okay, that's great. I just wanted to ask, I mean, are you happy? I'm very sorry, but that it has to be sort of a bit stop and start with my cough. Are you happy that it's not too disruptive?
Of course, absolutely. Yeah. Not even close at the moment.
So, I mean, I'm perfectly all right. I want to carry on, but if you feel it's too disruptive, then we won't.
Very good at giving the impression that we're totally in command of everything.
Speak for yourself.
In reality, these pauses are welcome.
I'm going to take on the tip of when you can't find something, just keep going, yes, yes, yes.
All right.
No, but if the key thing, I know it's obvious, but if you need to stop, you obviously need to. You need
Well,
to
I can't carry, you know, it's just out of my control, I'm afraid.
Yeah. It's not a problem for us, but whatever you need to. It's not a problem for us, but whatever you need to be able to comfortably conduct the inquiry,
No,
you must.
that's fine
have.
if you're happy, Mr. Young.
And we all know they're not going to argue with you.
Well, I know.
Mr. Young, on the other hand.
Well, he's luckily not taking part at the moment.
luckily.
In an empty room, that's the only question. But,
Yeah.
Everybody
No.
obviously is probably been remotely disrupted.
Well, it has a bit, but anyway, that's kind of you to say. All right, let's have a break then. 11:20, we'll come back. Thank you very much. now 11:20, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. And if you'd like to carry on, Mr. Pereira, thank you.
I was just saying the same thing to my colleagues. Good. So let's move on to some specifics now. So national landscape. We have, don't we, let's turn up CD 16.1. I know it will be familiar to everyone, but just to orientate ourselves, so it's the framework. Section 15. And I know you're not the planning policy witness, but just as you refer to policy to contextualize your evidence, I'm going to be doing a little bit of that in asking you questions, okay? Thank you. So we have here paragraph 189, great weight should be given conserving and enhancing landscape, scenic beauty of, and then national landscapes. Conservation, let's just go on. And then 189, over the page, the scale and extent of development within all these designated areas should be limited, while development within their setting should be sensitively located and designed to avoid or minimize adverse impacts on the designated areas. And then at 190, planning permission should be refused for major development other than in exceptional circumstances and where it can be demonstrated. And then there's the public interest test. Yep.
Yes.
So to whatever extent your evidence is feeding into this bundle of considerations for the inspector.
Yes.
Yeah. And again, just contextually, we can see, can't we, from the end of para 189, scale and extent of development within all these designated areas should be limited. That the policy direction is about limiting development rather than promoting development, isn't it?
This is yes. It's not a promotional document.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not saying development can't happen in these areas, but
no.
where it does, it should be limited.
Yeah. Thank you. And (190), the question of major development. Miss Miller has set out her position on this. You say nothing about it. Do you accept, as the applicant does in the environmental statement, that this is major development?
I would defer to Mr. Bashforth because when I read that part of her evidence, I thought that she was writing that as a planner rather than as a landscape professional. So I had assumed, given the submissions made in that was the planning. So I defer to others on that. I don't have a view because I haven't assessed it. It's outside of my scope.
All right. Well, let's explore that a little bit. Noting and respecting what you've said, just look at the footnote 67. For the purposes of 190 and 191, whether a proposal is major development is a matter for the decision maker, obviously, taking into account its nature, scale, and setting, and whether it could have a significant adverse impact for the purposes for which the area has been designated or defined, right?
Yes.
And nature, scale, and setting we can kind of discern from the facts.
Yes.
Okay, but the question of whether it could have a significant adverse impact for the purposes for which the area has been designated or defined is an output from landscape evidence, isn't it?
It's an output from the LVIA. We set out that there are significant adverse impacts.
Yes. So do you accept then that that part of the major development test, whether it could have significant adverse impacts on the purposes for which the area has been designated or defined, is met?
I mean, that is one of the considerations, and we accept that there will be.
Yeah. So is the answer to my question yes?
Well, I don't go beyond that as to whether it's major development, but I read that, and we have provided you, the decision maker, ma'am, with the analysis which concludes there are significant. So if it's an answer of could it have, the answer is yes. We've said that it does.
Yeah, thank you. That's very fair of you. I'm not trying to trap you or anything.
No, I know. I'm just sort of, as I said at the start, whether it is major development, I don't deal with. But in terms of that clause within that footnote, that's accepted in the LVIA.
You don't do it. You're aware, aren't you, that the LVIA in the environmental statement does accept that it's major development?
Yes.
Yeah, just for your note, madam, this is CD 9.1, PDF 534, and it's chapter 10 of the environmental statement, paragraph 10.391, which expressly acknowledges its major development. Thank you. Well, that's going to cut some things out. Give me a moment. Now, can we just turn up Miss Miller's evidence, please? So, CD, what's this CD?
CD 38.2.2.
You've got very good hearing, I remember from yesterday.
No, I've got it written in front of me.
CD 38.2.2, that's right. And she, if you can turn up paragraph 5.2.11, which is page 30. Sorry, 34. Page 34. So she here gives a description of the proposal in those paragraphs, and then she goes on to make an assessment of whether it's major development. She says it would for the various reasons there. I just want to ask this. Subject to the correction that Miss Miller made about the extent of the existing landscaping that would be removed, you know the bit of...
Yes, yeah, the shore.
Yeah. Is there any factual dispute that you're aware of between us about her description of the general nature and extent of the development in those paragraphs?
I think I would say that obviously, as we know from the current drawings, figure 10 is has been superseded in terms of detail.
Yeah.
But in terms of the sort of the rest of the description of the infrastructure proposals, it quotes from the transport assessment, and I don't dispute that's what's in there, so that's fine.
Thanks. Now let's just talk a bit about the specific impacts. We know, don't we, that from construction and at year one, the ES identifies significant effects, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I just want to pause on that conclusion and explore with you what that tells us
Okay.
at that point in time. Okay?
Yes.
That tells us, doesn't it, that whatever disputes there might be about the specific characteristics of the site, it's one where the motorway junction is capable of having significant environmental effects on the AONB.
Sorry, that you've broadened that out to environmental
Sorry,
effects.
significant landscape and visual effects
Yes.
on the AONB.
Yes. Well, in fairness, I think it doesn't say on the AONB. I think it is very clear in the assessment,
Yeah.
which is that it has a significant effect on a part of it associated with the junction, but then diminishes to negligible.
Yeah, that's
So I think that it's not sort of on the national landscape as a whole. It is localised, and I think
should we go to the references? I've got them.
I think so. I'm just trying to find it before I sort of
Yeah.
try and direct.
I'll let you go to where you want to go to, and then I'll go to see where we are. I think we need CD 9.1.
CD 9.1.
Are you looking for the year one assessment?
I'm looking for the year one assessment.
Yeah, it's certainly for an electronic copy. It's PDF 466, but I'll tell you what page it is on. It's paper page 462. Try that.
Oh, there we are. So sorry, I'm looking at construction.
Yeah.
At year one. Because it's item line 17, yes.
Are you on paper page 464?
It doesn't, for some reason my printing copy doesn't have that, but it's the landscape appendix 10.13.2, 13.2.
Okay.
And it's line number 17.
We're not looking in the way you said then.
Well, let's go where Ms. Ahern wants to go to, and then.
Mrs. Brockhurst.
I'm so sorry.
That's
I'm
all
so
right.
sorry,
I've
Miss
been called a
Brockhurst.
lot worse, so I've got it. It's one of those things. My married name has been changed to my opposite number in the past as well. So it's table,
Yeah.
where I am is table 10.13.2.1.
Yes, that's CD. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So, sorry, because I've gone into hard copy, because it's obviously a document I've looked at more.
I think she's in the appendix, isn't she?
Let me...
You're in the appendix, aren't you? 10 point...
I'm sorry for sort of going off piece there.
If you tell us where you are again, sorry.
Right, I'm just going to now look up. Now I found where I am. I'm hoping I can help. So it is in CD 9.2.26.
Yeah. That's right.
And then within that, so, and within that it's PDF page 27. Page 27. And in fairness, I can't see a internal page number on it either, which I think has been a complaint I've had all the way through. The referencing's quite
So this is table 10.13.2.1, catchily named.
Yeah.
And this is the year 1 assessment.
Yes.
And yeah, so it's PDF page 27.
So is this 16 starts with?
It does start with 16, and we're looking at number 17.
And we're looking at the item line 17, which is at the bottom of that page.
Okay.
So this is specifically against policy DM24 and the Kent Downs, as it was then, area of now outstanding natural beauty. So the point I was making is...
Yeah, did you say this is...
This is year one.
Year 1.
So the point I was making was, and I think Mr. Hearn said that she followed the process, that the same process when we were talking about geographic extent, she followed the same process as the LVIA. But I think it's important to note in terms of the final column, the reasoning and rationale, which deals with contextualising the extent of the effect, so that the issue of it impacts on the national or the AONB, it does deal specifically about the geographic extent of impacts in that analysis.
Yes. And so it's identifying at year 1 significant adverse effects, correct?
On the area that it talks about, yes.
Right. And if you look at the middle paragraph, we'll have direct localized effects as assessed above on the landscape qualities and value of part of the AONB.
Sorry, the middle paragraph.
I'm looking in the middle paragraph of the final column, item 17. So the first paragraph talks about the extent of the designation.
Yes.
Then the second paragraph talks about the introduction of the junction.
Yes.
And it says we'll have direct localized effects as assessed above on the landscape qualities and value of part of the AONB.
Yes.
To be expected for the size and scale of the development proposed. And then it talks about mitigation, right?
Yes, it talks about mitigation. And if you go onto the next page in the final paragraph, it says beyond the boundaries of the application site, the open countryside will remain unchanged, but there will be some indirect visual effects, and that's assessed in the visual assessment, and therefore changes to a large part of the Kent Downs AONB due to the proposed development will be negligible. So it is that the geographic extent of the effects is detailed in there.
So even after making an adjustment for geography, the ES still identifies significant sorry, I'm just...
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Thank you. So, even after making an adjustment for geography, the ES identifies significant adverse effects on the AONB.
Well, no, I think it's not making the taking into account the geography. There are two parts to the assessment. One is the direct and localised effects, which are significant, and then the other part is, but that it is negligible over the wider area.
Yeah.
So it isn't taking account for it. It spreads out. It is about that localised effect.
Yeah,
it is a significant adverse effect on that localised part of the AONB.
We've got two bits of the table there, haven't we? We've got the residual effects, and then the last bit is headed reasoning rationale. So
yes,
that's the reason for the residual effects that have been identified, right?
Yes, in relation to the description of the effect, which is about the size of the area.
Yeah.
And so it is about both of those. It isn't a sweeping change to the AONB, but it is in terms of that junction.
And the first column is headed landscape receptor. So the landscape receptor we're talking about here is the AONB, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Right. And so allowing for what it's described as the localized effects, the ES nevertheless identifies significant adverse effects on the AONB as a landscape receptor, doesn't it?
On that part, because it says a loss of a small area. So yes, on that part of the AONB where the development occurs. Yes.
And that also tells us that whatever differences there may be between the parties about the qualities of the site here,
yes,
characteristics, the characteristics are sufficient to result in significant adverse effects when the junction is built.
I think it's dealing with the purpose of the AONB rather than the special qualities, because it doesn't actually list the special, it doesn't assess against each of the special qualities.
I mean, the assessor already knows the qualities because the assessor's looked at them. And
yes.
If you look at the middle paragraph, it says direct localized effects on the landscape qualities and value of part of the AONB.
Yes.
In other words, the assessor's recognising this site shares landscape qualities and values with the AONB.
Well, it's within the AONB. It must at some point share those qualities. Yes.
I know, but there's this theme to the evidence that some parts of the AONB will share some qualities and other parts less so.
Yes.
So in that context, this is a part of the AONB that does have identifiable qualities and value. The assessment tells us that.
Yes, of course, it's within the AONB.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then what I've done is look at those individual special qualities rather than just general landscape qualities of the AONB. So that's what I've done separately.
Thank you. Now, and what this also tells us is, isn't it, that the change from significant to non-significant
Yes.
rests on the effectiveness of the mitigation.
Yes.
And if we and we shouldn't assume, should we, that just because it's a localized effect, it's not significant, because you've pointed out that the localized nature of the effect is being emphasized here in the table.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're being told that there is a significant effect and it has an impact on a geographic extent, but not the totality of the national landscape.
And can I ask you about the your LV, your ZTV
Oh, yes.
in relation to this? So this is in the appendix to your proof. It's in your appendix. It's your appendix LP11, I think, isn't it?
I believe so. I'm just finding it. Yes.
Page reference for that. And that's PDF page 24. So we've got two analyses here. One is year 1,
Yes.
and the other is year 15, right?
Yes.
And as we understand it, this is the purple areas are the areas from where the junction will be visible?
The junction will be visible, yes. The structure of the junction and the bridge.
Yeah.
And, Ma'am, this was a point which you will recall there were some questions about visibility within the dry valley. And I am preparing a technical note to address that, and we'll be updating this because there isn't any visibility within the dry valley. But that is coming. I'll do a full technical note on that. As I said last week, I didn't have time to do that over the weekend.
Was this the question? Why is there purple in the bottom of the valley?
Yes, I can explain in general terms if that helps. But this, I did look at this as quickly as I could on Friday evening, and I haven't been able to do anything more with it. And I haven't focused on that, but I can explain if it helps.
Leave that to the... Yep.
We can do now. We can do it in. It's on. That was one of the things on my list of things that we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, while you're here,
Go for it.
So, as I say, I don't run the technical side of things, the software, but what's happened in this instance, and because the question was raised, I must admit I hadn't really appreciated it at the time. What we buy is data sets in tiles. So I'm going to do this with my hands because I can't think of a better way. But we abut two tiles together and then change the landform, excavate, build over, insert the model and create in 3 dimensions and set that in the tile. And what's happened in this instance, and we've now corrected it, is when that's been done, where we've excavated, so where the slip road comes off and is basically excavated below ground, there's a leakage in the tile join, which means, Ma'am, if you see where the land dips below the landform, that is being cast into the dry valley. But actually, when you join that up, obviously, when you're in the dry valley, you don't see structures that are below ground. It is a technical error on the tile joining, so we have re-looked at that. I haven't been able to sort that out because obviously I'm here. So what's happening is where the slip road comes in, it's excavated below ground slightly, and that excavation is being picked up in the 3D model and is leaking underneath the tile data set, so is showing up as being below ground work is being visible down in the valley, when actually it won't be because of the intervening land. Which is why I need time to get the technical note sorted, because it's not quite...
So do you think that might have happened anywhere else?
No, well, we didn't do any of the others, but we've rechecked. We've rechecked this because we used a particular data set. We've rechecked this, and that dry valley doesn't have the visibility. But I need to just double check everything before I issue a technical note. But that's why that's occurred.
You'll remember, Madam, just to, in case it helps, Mrs. Brock has only actually done one ZTV, and it is this one. For the purposes of her evidence, she did it at year 1 and year 15. The other ZTVs that we've seen elsewhere were done earlier in the process by others.
Right. But I mean, there's other areas of the ZTV which presumably have these tiles that are...
Yes,
drawings. So how
it
do
is.
you know they're not?
No. So I will be presenting, hopefully next week, a technical note that I can circulate to everyone that explains what's happened, and these will be updated to show there isn't, with the exception of that, the other changes aren't don't occur. So the other stuff doesn't change. It's that dry valley part. This is why I hadn't understood this was an issue until we heard Miss Miller's evidence, so I just haven't had the time to go through in detail. If I'd known a bit sooner, I could have had that ready. Sorry for interjecting there.
Miss Miller had a question, didn't she, about the extent to which this took into account lighting, columns, signage and light. Are you able to assist with that?
It doesn't include the lighting columns, and a ZTV doesn't deal with light, cast light, but it doesn't include the lighting columns.
Right.
It includes the structure. It includes the modelling of the junction itself.
Yes. So this is essentially dealing with the road junction structure once the landscaping is at year 15.
At year 15, yes, the road structure, but without the lighting columns, because at the moment I don't have a scheme of design for the lighting columns. I don't know what they are.
And that point will also extend to vehicles using the junction as well. That's not taken into account in this assessment.
No. But what also isn't taken into account in the modelling of this is the zone of theoretical visibility of the road, the existing motorway, and the traffic on that as well. So, you know, so you do currently stand on Bexon Lane and you can see traffic moving on the motorway. So this is treating the junction in isolation. It doesn't include the visual envelope of what already exists.
And in terms of the year 15 planting,
Yes.
what sort of is assumed there in terms of the height of it?
It again, that will be addressed specifically in the technical note, but it takes a sort of standard growth rate for trees in this particular area. There's software packages that we have, so it's taken so we were in liaising with Mr. Murdoch as to what the landscape strategy plan was showing for that area. We've planted everything using small stock and then grown it by standard length for year 15. So it doesn't take account, for example, if we planted different mix of species, or larger plants at year one and incorporated a mix of large and small plants. So it doesn't deal with that. It just takes sort of standard whipstock and grows it on in a fairly generic and cautious manner. It's not an overgrowth rate. We get information, I think it's from the Arboricultural Association, to assist us with that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Can we go to your table 4.3 next in your evidence? This is, it starts on page 36. Okay.
Yes.
So this is your assessment of the impact on the special qualities of the national landscape, right?
Yes.
And Inspector, as all, as you observed and as Miss Ahern has observed, has got all the information she needs to reach views on this herself. So I'm going to ask you some things about it, but I'm not going to go through absolutely everything. Now, there's a question between you and Miss Ahern about this, the issue of Plateau.
I don't know if it's between myself and Miss Ahern or
Or
myself and
Miss-
Miss Ahern. Sorry, I'm
At least-
only because I'm trying to flick between my memories.
Yeah, no, you're quite right, and at least I'm distinguishing you between, from Miss Ahern on this occasion. There's a distinction. There's an issue between you and Miss Miller about this question of Plateau.
Yes,
And
there is.
I don't know if we can short-circuit it or not, but let's see. I mean, first of all, the site sits on a plateau, doesn't it?
No, it sits on the dip slope.
Okay. And do you accept that the plateau that are part of the dip slope are part of the special character of the AOM, of the national landscape?
I think there are different types of landform, and the plateau is distinct from the dip slope. The plateau is the high upland, expansive upland area. The dip slope is the land that falls away. It will, in effect, level out in places, but that doesn't therefore make it a plateau.
All right. Well, we couldn't short circuit that then. So let's go to let's go to CD. Let's go to CD 18.42 first of all. Hang on, just having a issue. Right. 18.42. All right, so we've got the North Downs character assessment here.
Yes.
And I want to turn up with you, please, PDF page 7. You there?
Yes.
Okay. And here we have some characteristics. North Downs, and if we look at the second bullet point, woodland. Sorry. What's the page? Previous page. Previous page. Key characteristics. Quite right. Yeah, it is page 6. It is PDF page 7 actually on my copy, but it's internal page 6. Key characteristics, second bullet point. Broad dip slope gradually drops towards the Thames and the English Channel, affording extensive views across London and the Thames estuary. Carved topography provides a series of dry valleys, ridges and plateau. See that?
Yes.
And that's accepting, at least in our view, that the plateau are acknowledged to be part of the dip slope in certain parts of the landscape.
I disagree. Ma'am, if I can just take you to PDF page 3 of this document. So you can see there's two maps in the bottom corner of the page, bottom right-hand corner of the page. The ungreyed part is the extent of the landscape to which these descriptions and these characteristics apply. So geographically, it's a national character area. So with that in mind, when you get to PDF page 7,
so you're saying the light colour is?
the light colour is the extent of the area to which these descriptions apply.
Extent of the national landscape,
Yes.
you're saying?
And so because it's such a lengthy part, it's the actual mapping as shown is split over two areas. So you've got this,
Well, we're in the bottom one, aren't we?
yeah. So we're in the bottom one. So when you then proceed on to PDF page 7, this broad dip slope is applying to that area rather than localized area. And the topography provides these various areas.
I'm sorry,
But in
understanding you at all.
So it's not specific, it is drawing a general description of the landform for the totality of that area. So where it says the broad dip slope, it is classing the whole of this landscape as a dip slope landscape.
Not the escarpment, though.
No, but that area, that whole North Downs, is described as a dip slope at a national scale. So that's what this is doing. The broad dip slope generally drops towards the Thames and the English Channel when we're talking about a national scale landscape.
So basically, the broad dip slope means the national landscape.
The national landscape character. So you have a downland ridge with a scarp slope, and then the rest of it is a broad dip slope. And then you have these other topographic features within it, but that doesn't mean that the plateau is the bottom of a slope or part of the slope. It is within that topography of the dip slope, which is typically, the plateau is defined as plateau tops. It is the open landscape behind the scarp slope, typically. So at a broad scale, yes, there is a variety of landforms, but that doesn't mean that a plateau is within the valley or is in addition to the ridges. It's just a component of that broader landscape, that entirety of that national character area.
Okay, can I take you to a more specific reference then?
Yes.
CD 1815, which is the Mid-Kent Downs AOMB Landscape Character Assessment, 1815. Yeah. This isn't the right reference. Okay, I've got PDF page 2. Thank you. And it's, what page is this? Page 28 internally, I think. PDF 2. Summary characteristics, second bullet point, landform of gently rolling chalk plateau forming dip slope.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes. But that is a distinction. It isn't a dip slope with a plateau. It is a rolling chalk plateau that then develops into a dip slope. And I think there are other references within this document which confirm that the plateau is the elevated part of that slope. So it's not within the slope.
Well, difference between you, but there's a reference which we would say shows that the assessments are recognising that the plateau within the dip slope as being part of the relevant characteristics.
I think, yes, there is a difference. Ma'am, if I can take you to paragraph 3.1.1 of that document on PDF 3. And this again explains the fact is that the entirety is a dip slope. The landscape character area comprises the dip slope of the Kent Downs, running in a long spine between the Medway Valley in the west and the Stour Valley in the east. Although there are local variations in the appearance of the landscape, there is a strong underlying pattern to the landform which imparts an overall character of the region. Throughout the length of the chalk ridge, a series of narrow, steep-sided dry valleys carve their way down to the northern dip slope of the Downs, to the flatter land of the North Kent fruit belt around Sittingbourne and Faversham. And then if you follow on...
You said down to the gentle northern dip slope. It's down the
gentle northern dip slope. Yeah, sorry. And then if we move on to the next paragraph, historically this was a sparsely settled and impoverished area, largely due to the stiff clay with flint soils. Carries on, despite their striking rich colour red, these soils are relatively poor and difficult to cultivate, especially as they occur on the exposed upper plateau of the Downs. So the plateau is the elevated part of the dip slope. It is where the slope is breaking, and so there is a plateau, but it is the upper part of the dip slope, not the lower part, because the entirety is the dip slope, but it is the plateau is the formation within the dip slope on the most elevated and upper areas, which is why you get those extensive views, because you are at a much greater elevation than you do if you are sort of in the lower part of the dip slope.
Okay, well, there's only so far we can take this. The inspector will have to...
I mean, I'm just wondering how relevant it is, really.
Well, I'm not going to ask
is
anymore.
it? I mean, is it relevant? Does it matter, particularly?
Well, it's
for the Secretary of State and the decision, I mean.
We
have to reach a conclusion?
We would... let's see what people say in closing. As far as what I would say to you in response to that now is it's acknowledged effectively in the environmental statement that the qualities of the site are such that the intervention of the junction causes a significant adverse effect on the AONB. And
but that's nothing to do with whether it's on the dip slope or the plateau or anywhere else.
So there is sufficient quality in the site for that effect to result from the intervention, which we would say is enough. But these are nuances, perhaps.
But I mean, it doesn't seem to be particularly material as to for the Secretary of State to have to make a decision as to whether this is a dip slope, a scarp slope, or a plateau, or anything else, does it? Or maybe it does. I don't know. I'm just wondering.
I don't want to prejudge anything right now, so
All right.
I'm not going to ask any more questions on it. Back to your table 4.3, please, page 36. Next part of your table, biodiversity-rich habitats. You've noted the agreement in the Statement of Common Ground. I'm not going to ask you further about that. Over the page, farmed landscape. You say this: the most valued farmland within the KDNL is pasture. Localized loss does not impact the most distinctive and valued agricultural components on the landscape. It's fair to say, isn't it, that the characteristic of the national landscape is one of mixed farming, isn't it?
It is one of mixed farming, yes.
Including pasture, but also arable, etc.
Yes, absolutely. But I think it's, if you turn to Miss Miller's proof of evidence at paragraph 3.3.4.
Yep.
And there's another helpful reference to plateau tops. But if we go to the second sentence, the pastoral scenery is a particularly valued part of the landscape and farming. So it's, and the concentration of orchards and cobnut plats. So it's really sort of within the farmland, there is, even within that, there is a gradation of what are the elements of the farming practices which are more valued than others. So that is just it's sort of in fact reflecting what is in the evidence of Miss Miller as well. So I just make that point.
Okay, historic and cultural heritage, we're going to come on to. Heritage coasts, agreed, no impact. Tranquility and remoteness. Just a few questions on that. It's been discussed in some depth already, so only a few. When we're talking about relative tranquility, it's relevant to take into account not simply the relative tranquility within the national landscape, but also the relative tranquility that the national landscape offers to people who visit from outside, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. And I think when you, in your table on tranquility and remoteness, and indeed when you were describing to the inspector the things that she should observe when on a nighttime visit, I think the gist of that, when you were talking about the baseline, was to acknowledge that lighting and traffic do impinge on the tranquility of the national landscape.
Well, the existing situation defines the level of relative tranquility in the area already. So I think one of the issues was that, and the reason I identified the nighttime was Miss Miller made a number of points about nighttime, but I hadn't been to site. I have, and I think the lighting does have an impact, the existing situation. So it is really just giving evidence on the existing baseline and the where we start in terms of relative tranquility.
Yeah. And for example, the Kent Science Park you mentioned was something evident in the nighttime landscape. And as we understand it, the proposal for the development around there is to support similar kinds of uses that are there already. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
And so the inspector might reasonably infer that the kind of lighting proposals that are required by those uses are similar to those that are there now.
They might be. There's obviously a move in terms of technology has changed in terms of lighting, but yes, there will be. But what I'm saying is the environment is not a dark environment, so it is developing within an area which is already affected by that lighting. The alternative is to not build anything, because then you don't have to change any lighting.
Thank you. Let's just keep going. Yes. Let's just return to this question of the mitigation at year 15. The role of the tree planting around the junction is essentially to screen the junction and the activity on the junction.
Yes.
From view, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
That's its purpose. And in other words, it's not being designed to have a kind of wider landscape function beyond that.
I mean, it contributes, as recognised by Ms Miller, it contributes to the woodland coverage, but that's not its primary purpose for its placement. So increasing tree cover is not a bad thing, but its primary function is to screen the junction.
Thank you. Let me just... Yeah. And do you... just tying up some loose ends really on national landscape, and then we'll come on to indirect effects and setting. You acknowledge, I think, that one of the concerns facing the national landscape is the impact of cumulative change from individual small impacts. That's something mentioned in the landscape management plan. Shall I take you to the
Yes.
to the
If you could.
document? Yeah, it's CD 1813.
1830.
18.13. Yep.
13. Okay.
And it's page 24.
Is that PDF 24?
It should be, yes.
Sorry, page.
Yeah, no, that's it's paragraph 3.1.4. Just give me a moment.
Is it 3.1.4
Yeah,
on PDF
it's PDF
23?
page 23. It's printed page 24. Apologies. Cumulative change. Against this backdrop of large-scale development, there's continual pressure for small-scale development and change, creating cumulative impact on the special characters and qualities of the AOMB. Talks about certain forms of development. Mentions infrastructure, telecoms infrastructure, and it says each individually small impact taken cumulatively is progressively diminishing the qualities and character of the AONB at a strategic scale. Do you see
Yes.
that? And so while you, in your evidence, have emphasised to the inspector the kind of localised nature of the impact, you accept that one also has to take into account the effect that cumulatively small changes can have overall.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that's obviously something that's been experienced within this, and obviously this applies within the AOMB. So yes, I accept that.
Thank you. Let's move on to indirect effects next. Well, and while we're in the management plan, if we go. Give me a moment. My references are all wrong. Yeah, if we just scroll up the page and we go on to what's PDF page 22, paper page 23, there's a heading 3.1.3, unprecedented growth and development pressures. And it says the Kent Downs AONB, perhaps more than any other of Britain's protected landscapes, has experienced and is experiencing severe development pressures, and then it refers to some work done on that. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. And we can see from the lots of the what you would call strategic trends that you've drawn to the inspector's attention are also about development pressures, aren't they?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. And I think Miss Miller has said in her evidence that the population of the development would be about just over 17,000 people. This is 6.7.1 of her proof.
Sorry, what paragraph?
It was 6.7.1 of her proof. If you're able to assist, is that a broadly fair estimate?
I haven't looked. I haven't.
Okay.
Haven't looked at that.
Well, that's the basis on which her evidence is given anyway. I think Sittingbourne has according to Google, has a population of about 54,000. So we can put those two figures in context. It's about a third-ish.
Yes.
And we can see, I'm still in the management plan, bottom of paper page 23, top of page PDF page 22, issues of growth and urbanisation and development present variety of opportunities and threats. And the opportunities obviously relate to access and so on, don't they? And the threats relate to the adverse impacts of those kinds of things, yeah?
So
Yes.
what paragraph are you now?
This is the bottom of paper page 23, PDF page 22, the same page we were on before.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we can see over the page talks about new transport infrastructure, communication infrastructure, housing, as well as the pressures of intensive agricultural forestry, increased recreational use, illegal activities, fly tipping, off-road driving, loss of tranquility, landscape character, all the rest of that. An important role of the management plan is to achieve the management and mitigation of detracting pressures. See that?
Yes, and within the national landscape, that is an objective. But I think one also has to look at how the development. It is, I don't ignore the fact that the relationship and the proximity of the national landscape and a borough that has to deliver growth within a wider context does have a pressure on the national landscape. Yeah. And I'm not trying to devalue that pressure or the effects of that, but it is how do those two competing objectives work. And within the project proposals, there is I believe to be a benefit of an oversupply of accessible space, which for most people day to day will be their primary area, within which they will recreate, walk their dog, take their kids to school. So it isn't saying because we're building all these houses, everyone only has an outcome which is to travel into the AONB, because this scheme comes alongside these open spaces, and whether we ever agree as to the effect of that, it isn't just, which has gone before, which is just building housing and then letting people find their own places to recreate and add pressure to the national landscape, but actually bring forward a scheme that facilitates local access, which doesn't negate increase of people moving into the AONB or the national landscape, but it does provide a day-to-day accessibility of green spaces that will be positive in avoiding that being the only alternative to where people live.
Sure. Well, let's just ask you about that a little bit. First of all, the kinds of pressures that are raised in Ms. Miller's evidence reflect the kinds of pressures that are identified in the management plan, don't they?
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, obviously, this management plan is written about stuff happening inside, but it also reflects the pressures that come from outside. So it is, you know, you can have more control inside, but outside, Swale has to do something, and so I understand that pressure isn't going to go away.
Yep. And one of the things that would make this development attractive to move to is the fact that the national landscape's on its doorstep, isn't it? For many people.
I don't know if that is what would make it attractive to people. I think just immediacy of having a nice home to live and walkability to schools might be a reason why people would live here with immediate green space. People move to Camborne without there being a national landscape next to it. So I don't think the national landscape in its own right is the prime reason. I think it's about having well-designed homes and well-designed spaces.
And the scheme increases the accessibility of the national landscape, doesn't it, through the Relief Road and the M2 junction?
Well, no, because the M2 junction doesn't deliver cars into the AOMB in terms of recreation. The existing footpaths that connect across the M2 are provided, but simply the Relief Road doesn't bring cars, it just brings people onto the junction and onto the motorway.
Sure, but the Relief Road, you just drive south, turn right before you get to the motorway, and you can go through and get into the national landscape, can't you?
Yeah, in the same way that you do at the moment. There's routes into the national landscape.
But the residents of the development will have easy access to the national landscape via the Relief Road and the road network, won't they?
There will be access, yeah, I agree there will be access, but I think there's also alternatives in terms of green space within the development. And how the movements occur, I think in fairness, it's a bit more of a question in terms of whether people drive and where their drive is maybe more directed to Mr. Wilde, but in terms of how people currently drive, I've driven into the national landscape myself. There are lots of people using the road network. That's occurring now. There may be more people, but those people also have extensive opportunities that just don't exist at the moment because the Thames Gateway strategy for Parkland and Green Grid hasn't been provided. There isn't any alternative at the moment. So I think that also not only addresses people who are recreating from the new development, but also people who already live nearby have got accessible space, which is unaffected by your ability to use countryside rights of way. You have to have a certain ability to do that. This is a very attractive alternative on the doorstep of where people live.
Now, in your evidence, you suggested that there are measures being prepared to mitigate and compensate the effects on the national landscape. And we don't know what those are yet, but I know a friend said it wouldn't include money. Are you able to tell us what's being proposed?
No, so I'm not party to any of the ongoing discussions. In my proof, I'm talking about the compensation by the inclusion of the woodland planting, but any other offers and compensation are outside the scope of my evidence.
So does that mean that whatever is being proposed, you haven't been a party to advising?
No.
Do you accept that there are likely to be some adverse indirect effects on the national landscape?
Can you be more specific in
Yeah.
terms of what some are?
Sure, some of the kind set out in Miss Miller's evidence.
Well, there's obviously, from that list, I can agree that there will be a larger population of people who may weekends recreate in the national landscape. But whether there'll be an increase in off-roading and intensification of agriculture, I think they're quite limited to the nature of impacts which occur as a result of an existing population that lives in proximity to the national landscape. But I haven't really sort of looked at the whole plethora of what those might be.
Okay, so it's not something that you've particularly considered yourself?
Beyond the landscape and visual effects, no.
Thank you. And so it's not something, I just want to understand your answer about what's yet to come that we're not aware of. Are there going to be some proposals to mitigate indirect effects on the...
I don't know. As I say, I'm not party to the discussions that are going on. So when I talk about compensation and mitigation in my proof, it is based on what is within the planning application, ma'am. Yeah. And when I was drafting this, when are we looking at? January, end of January. I know there were various discussions, but I'm not party to those because I think they're in the hands of others way above my pay grade. So I'm just not. I just know that there were conversations, but I'm not involved in that.
Okay, well,
I don't know the outcome.
Okay, well that's fair enough. If you don't know, you don't know. Just to give the reference for it, it's 4.45 of your proof. This is on page 34. Applicants are proposing on-site mitigation compensation measures to address the effects on the KDNL. This is work in progress, and the outcomes will be available to the inquiry at a later date during the scheduled evidence and roundtable discussion. So it sounds like that's not the mitigation that was already part of the scheme, but it's something additional.
The first part is the part that's in the scheme, and the ongoing discussions are what else is available. I don't know what that is.
Okay.
When you say the parts in the proof, you mean the planting and so forth on
Yes.
motorway junction stuff? Yeah.
All right. Setting. Next. So, just turn up Mrs. Miller's proof, paragraph 3.22, please.
I have that.
Okay, thank you. Just give me a moment. So, 3.22, she talks about consideration of the northern boundary of the Kent Downs during the designation process and how that went about, and you gave some evidence on that. The ultimate decision, obviously, of the Commission was to use the motorway as the boundary.
Yes.
Yeah, and so we shouldn't assume that there aren't characteristics north of the motorway, that the characteristics of the land north of the motorway are completely different from the characteristics of the national landscape.
No, landscapes are transitional, so the imposed infrastructure doesn't mean there is a distinction between those, but it's whether there is enough in a quantity that would bring about inclusion of land beyond the motorway within the national landscape. And as I say, my experience with the South Downs was if it was sufficiently good enough to include, we jumped the A27.
Yeah. And the fact that the parties are more or less agree, there's some difference between you on the extent of setting, but the fact that the parties are agreed that the southern part of the development falls within the setting acknowledges that that area shares some of the characteristics and qualities of the national landscape, doesn't it?
Well, setting isn't necessarily that it shares qualities. The setting is the land around the national landscape, which enables people to appreciate the special qualities of the landscape itself. It doesn't mean they share, because I would say Sittingbourne is in the setting of the national landscape, and I would say it doesn't share any qualities with the national landscape.
Okay, so just turn up the environmental statement then, please. So it's CD 9.1.
Oh.
And it's PDF page 437, which is paper page 433.
Can you give me a paragraph number?
Yeah. 10.2.46.
I'm going to have to find it here. Sorry,
That's all right.
doesn't seem to be. I don't seem to.
My system's been causing me trouble as well.
I
So
don't-
CD 9.1, PDF 437.
437. Can't even get there now. 437. Yes.
Okay, we can see there a heading above paragraph 10.246, landscape value. Got that?
Yes.
And then bullet point 1, a small part of the application site lies in the Kent Downs AONB, presumption against development. The majority of the application site lies outside, and only a small part of the application site south of the M2 near the Kent Science Park is within the AONB. Not all the special characteristics and qualities, etc., are relevant, although some areas of the application site exhibit some of the characteristics and qualities of the AONB, i.e. those parts of the application site within the setting. Others are too distant and the relationship is weakened, and these do not exhibit these special characteristics or qualities. And so there at least the assessor in the ES is acknowledging that those parts within the setting do share some characteristics and qualities with the AONB, right?
Yes, some of the characteristics and qualities, but it's not sufficient to result in it being designated.
No, that's why it's in the setting and it's not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I would say that there are clearly elements which are completely unrelated to the sort of special qualities of the national landscape. And so, yeah, there inevitably will be, because there is a continuum of landscape.
Yeah. All right, let me just look at my notes, because I think we can... I just want to mention a few things to you, so that if you want to comment on them, you can.
Yes.
Because we know from the evidence what's in the setting of the national landscape. The inspector, when she's considering the sports hub and development, can have in mind, can't she, CD 7.20, which is the sports facilities strategy, and that gives information about nighttime use, doesn't it? Are you
Yes.
aware of that?
I'm aware of it. I haven't read it in detail because it's
Yeah,
sports facilities are sort of very much on the periphery. But, Mum, this is why I have suggested you look at the site at night, because a number of the farming operations within the AONB are non-directional floodlit areas, which are within the AONB in the foreground of views of the sports facilities. So it's just helpful to understand contextually how that happens. But yes, I'm aware of the sports facilities and potential for lighting.
Yeah, the references, some specific references, paragraph 6. I'm not asking you to go there, but just that it's been aired openly. 6.42 and 6.76, and that talks about uses and the demand for uses up to 10 p.m. Okay.
And Ma'am, if I can just add, this issue of setting and placement of development in the setting and the land uses, one has to be cognizant of the existing character and qualities of the setting. So when you're placing development, what we do know is if you turn to my plan LP4 in my appendices, so that's paginated 10. It's the big A3, I'm afraid. So just as a point of reference, and I accept that there are changes within the setting of the national landscape as a result of our development, and those have a variety of land uses and a variety of consequences. But when you're looking to place, those changes are appreciated in the context of what exists there already. So you'll see from both daytime and nighttime visits what's happening. But if you look at the land that's coloured white between SE4 and the FM4, what doesn't happen is those areas which are currently the least settled, the least developed, share the greatest qualities with the national landscape. Those don't get developed. So it is a real challenge, and we've accepted all along, it's a real challenge of developing in this landscape. But what you're trying to do is not develop in those areas where the harm would, because the baseline is different, the harm would be of a greater magnitude. So there is a huge part of Swale, which abuts the national landscape, which is, shares much greater qualities. So around Linstead and south of Linstead and moving over to Faversham, there are areas where the landscape does feel much more like the national landscape. That's not to diminish the effects that occur in terms of our two applications, but it does provide that context of, the challenge of where do you make change if change is going to happen, to understand those parts of the landscape which are relatively intact and unchanged.
So I thought the white areas were just the areas which haven't been assessed.
They haven't been assessed, but what I'm using that as a reference for when you look at this and when you're out on site and you look beyond, there are swathes of landscape which do feel quieter and relatively and comparatively more tranquil and darker, and you'll see that from your site work.
But I mean, all these white areas are not necessarily all of high landscape value, are they?
No, they're not. And it's not all about high landscape value, but if we're talking about impacts on the setting, regardless of the value of the setting, but where do you place development in the setting of a national landscape if you can't avoid any impacts on the national landscape? What you have is contextually a backdrop of Sittingbourne and the development around there, and then you have comparatively a more rural environment as one moves eastward. So I don't seek to diminish those effects, but that is the challenge that you have when you're developing in this area. If you don't do it here, the alternatives not only get narrower because of the sensitivity of the landscape and because of the designations and the protections, but because there is a general sense that some areas are more rural and more remote.
Thank you. Let's move to the rest of the southern side. I've got a short set of questions and then probably time for a break. Yep. Ms. Ahern had mentioned a point about the difference in the methodology between the two ESs, and the inspector asked you a bit about that yesterday, yeah. I think. Do you remember? And I just want to turn the southern ES up and ask you a few things about it. So the methodology bit is in 9.2.15, CD 9.2.15. And sorry. And PDF page 11. And we've got here the kind of summary of, in table 4, of the evaluation matrix that they've used, right?
Yes, that's right.
And we then have some text after it. Example landscape assessment categories are listed below. And so there's then a verbal description of each of the conclusions that might be reached.
Yes.
And that's there because it's one of the things that LVIA says should be done, shouldn't it, to make clear,
Yeah.
To make clear what the assessment conclusions mean.
Yes.
Yep. And so the division between significant and not is where it's grey as opposed to white on the matrix, right? Mm. And we can see in the verbal description, if we keep going to the bottom on the next page, onto page 12, just to get to the end first, significance of effects. Significance has been assessed as follows: not significant, neutral, negligible, slight, or moderate. Significant, moderate to substantial. Yep.
Yes.
So moderate isn't significant. Moderate / substantial is significant.
Yes.
And what we notice here when we go back to the verbal description given to make clear what these assessment outcomes mean is that moderate substantial, which is significant, and moderate adverse, which is not significant, have the same verbal description, don't they?
Yes.
Typically, the landscape receptor has a medium sensitivity with the proposals representing a medium adverse magnitude of change.
Yes, that's true.
It is true, isn't it? So that tells us, doesn't it, that I think it's fair to say there are some fairly close judgments being made about whether something falls on the significant or not significant side of the line.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And I think if you look in fairness above the table and read the introductory paragraph, Ma'am, Yes, so it's still on PDF 11. So this obviously introduces the table. Obviously, the methodology is agreed within the Statement of Common Ground. But what this makes clear is the descriptions relating to each category within the following indicative scale are a function of the sensitivity of the landscape resource to the change and the magnitude of change. The significance of an effect is not absolute and must be identified in relation to each individual development, its unique location. It should be emphasised that while the methodology is designed to be robust and transparent, professional judgment is ultimately applied to determine the significance of each effect. So I accept there is a judgment that's being made, and what you'll note in the actual assessment tables, Ma'am, is that the assessor throughout the LVIA provides extensive narrative on all aspects of the assessment process. So it's not, I think I used to see it in the old days when we had the brown book, as Olivia, where people used to do a chart like this and basically go low, medium, where does your finger meet in the middle, I'll assign it that. It's a much more detailed narrative process than we once used. So all of that feeds in. I'm just explaining that yes, there are some marginal issues, but that's why the narrative within the assessment that you have is got so much verbiage, to be fair.
Yeah, sorry, I was.
Could comment, but I don't think I will.
And we can see as well, can't we, that there's a verbal description, major adverse, substantial adverse. Changes would be at complete variance with the landscape character, would permanently diminish or destroy the integrity of a valued landscape. And just
Yes.
For you, to the extent there are differences between the parties on whether things are significant or not, clearly these verbal descriptors are things the inspector, if she wants to, can take into account when deciding which side of the line the impacts fall.
As a generality, because obviously these do start typically, Mum, you have one for the Southern application, one full and complete LVIA, which is the applicant's LVIA at CD 9.1, and within that it is, yes, these references are very helpful, but you have to read the totality of the assessment at each stage and how the assessor has applied their knowledge, because what you read doesn't necessarily always say, it doesn't come up with the conclusion is there that would formula of words. That formula of words. So I think it's fair to read the totality. There is a lot of it, but it isn't just to take the conclusion and then apply this text, because you take the judgments reached and apply the text that has been included in the assessment tables.
Good. Well, we will look at one example of that, but I think everyone will need to wait, if they can, until after lunch.
Something to look forward to then.
I'm glad you're so enthusiastic, man. Thank you.
I've done a lot of LVIAs in my time, so.
Well, I hope you appreciate. I mean, I'm. Let me say this out loud now. The evidence has been gone into at quite some length already, so yeah, I'm being selective in what I'm asking about. Fine. I hope you appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, should we have a break now? Right, we have got to stop at 5. Yes, I said yesterday, and it wasn't yesterday, it's today, actually. All right, so I suspect we'll be back tomorrow.
I suspect, yeah.
Well, we will.
So.
I think there's no doubt we will.
Without wishing to follow my friend's lead, I think I will be finished today. I'm pretty confident I'll be finished today.
But I mean, you'll probably take most of the afternoon.
Probably. Then, of course, there's Mr.
I know, of course. Yeah. No, there's lots of other people.
I think we will.
And re-examination.
And re-examination, yeah. So we'll be back tomorrow.
So I think everyone can be prepared for at least a morning, if not a bit longer.
I think that's probably right, yeah.
So bearing that in mind, we will break till 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. o'clock. So it's time for the inquiry to resume. So what I'm going to suggest is, because we've got to stop at 5, we just have 10 minutes halfway through the afternoon, just for a comfort break, and then we'll carry on. Hopefully you'll finish.
Yeah, sure. I might be a bit quicker. I've gone through my notes at lunchtime, so.
Okay, well, see how we get on. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask you some... Oh, good afternoon, sorry.
Good afternoon, that's fine.
Want to ask you a few questions about the area of high landscape value.
Yes.
So can we turn up, first of all, please, Ms. Ahern's appendices. So this is CD 38.1.3. And it's PDF page 8.
I have a hard copy and then they're not paginated.
That's okay. So it's appendix, it's figure 2, and it's in appendix 2.
Yes, I have it.
Yeah. It's just the plan.
It looks like that one, I think.
I was looking in Ms. Miller's appendices, sorry.
What would you say that is? Okay, and we can see there helpfully set out the relationship between the southern application site and the AHLV.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And so the application site straddles the entirety of the AHLV, doesn't it?
Yes.
And broadly speaking, there's about somewhere between a third and maybe a bit about a third of the AHLV within the red line, just
yes.
Broadly speaking. Yeah. Thank you. And if we go to CD 9.2.17, 9.2.17. Just there's a plan at the back. We can see that on an OS base, and the inspector will know from her site visit, but it's largely, isn't it, undeveloped countryside?
Well, currently it is largely undeveloped, although I think in the northern part there is now consent for development in that area just south of can't remember the name of the road, but I think part of it has now got consent on as well. Just to sorry, I've drawn a blank on the names. So the northern edge, which follows the road, I think part of that is now consented for development as part of the Gladban development. It's outside of the red line, but within the area of high landscape value.
Is that up where it says Sitting Bull?
Yeah.
What's that for, housing?
Yes.
That one's called Swans Tree Avenue. It was an appeal. It's referenced, just for the reference number for it is at paragraph 13 of my opening statement. It was 135 homes.
Thank you.
While we're in this document, we can see it's got yeah, thank you, sorry. While we're in this document, we can see, because this is its function, it's got a...
I'm really sorry, and I know the fans are here to keep us cool. cool, but the noise of it, I'm finding
The what, sorry?
I am a little too.
that the
actually, so,
noise is
yeah.
quite loud when you're sat this close to
Yeah.
it. So I know it's doing the job of cooliness, but I've got this constant.
Yeah, and you've got sensitive.
I am quite sensitive to the sound. So the backs are fine. It's that one because that's just as a hum.
Is that still on?
No, we've just turned that
It's
off.
just
So
winding
I'm
down.
sorry. I kind of find it quite distracting. I'm sorry, everyone. You're going to have to burn with me in the nicest possible way.
All right, and this. Yes.
I'm saving that for later.
Good. Yeah. This contains a description of the significant qualities relevant to the designation. We can see those summarised in the bullet points on page 2, can't we?
Yes.
Dry valley system, and I think Miss Ahern talked about this as well, and the subsidiary valley she identified. Pasture woodland, orchards, mentions the semi-natural woodlands, rural lanes, visually coherent landscape, relatively tranquil rural valley, and then it talks about mentions the rights of way as well. Yep.
Yes.
And then we can see those elaborated in the table that follows, can't we?
Yes.
And just to pick out a few points, in the local distinctiveness and sense of place, topographically distinct landscape with a strong sense of place and rural character. You see that?
Yes.
That's in the local distinctiveness and sense of place, first entry. Scenic qualities, retains a comparatively strong sense of tranquility despite proximity to urban area. Reference again to it being a coherent landscape enclosed by the valley. Landscape values, valued for its scenic qualities, sense of tranquility, wildlife habitats, recreational use.
Yes.
And so on. So we get a flavour for it there, and that's a fair representation of what one finds on site.
Yes, that is a fair representation, and of course that high value is experienced even when the landscape abuts the Kent Science Park. So the development itself doesn't have sort of in effect have a buffer over which that contributes. So it contributes even abutting that development and abutting and including settlement.
Thank you. Now, if we just also now turn up in the plans, just to remind ourselves, so southern site, application document, southern plans, so this is in CD8.
Yes.
My system's now frozen, so give me a second.
What are we looking for?
We're looking for CD 8.33.
Yeah, could you...
I can when my system.
What it is?
Yeah, when my system comes
It's
back
the composite illustrative master plan.
Yeah, so I have it in the...
Yeah.
You've got it in the book of plans.
Getting that. Oh.
Okay, just to remind ourselves. I mean, we can do this by comparing. But as we move from south to north, we have, don't we, the Relief Road and the the junction that I think is just north of the Kent Science Park. in the AHLV?
Well, part of it is...
Yeah.
Oh, you turn your microphone.
So the majority of the purple area within... I'm going to have to open those two documents together. The majority of the Kent Science Park expansion, so the purple area, ma'am, is outside of the area of high landscape value.
Yeah, but the lower part, the area due south of the Kent Science Park
Yes.
is outside it, isn't it?
Yes.
The area due west is inside it. If we compare that
Due,
to the, if we have open the Miss Ahern's appendix, figure 2,
yeah.
and the master plan, we can compare them, can't we?
Yes. So on the plan where it's in blue, it says Kent Science Park.
Hang on, which plan are you looking at now? That master plan?
I've got the master plan and Miss Ahern's blue plan open. The plan we were taken to was this one, ma'am?
Oh, that. I thought we were looking at that
It was
one.
8.33 it was.
I thought we were looking at Appendix 2.
No, figure 2.
Figure 2 in Miss Ahern.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at Figure 1. Well, I don't think it makes much difference, but... Is it?
It does, because the blue area in figure 1 is a character area as opposed to the area of high landscape value.
Oh, okay. Righty-ho. Thank you.
So the areas, the Kent Science Park extension that's kind of due south of the existing science park is outside the area, isn't it?
Yes.
But the part of these, what's the purple in the master plan that's due west is inside it, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. By reference to the extent of oak, the area on Miss Ahern's plan, which is outlined in red next to the label Oakwood Farm, I think it is that where the word Kent Science Park is, that is actually the Highsted Village green space. It's difficult, and I'm wondering. I accept there is some development within parts of the area of high landscape value, but I think my reading of the plan is that actually the boundary, the northern edge of where the new purple buildings are, and that sort of dogleg of open space, it's the northern part of that open space is within the area of high landscape value, not the development, because one's taking the reference from Oakwood Farm.
If the inspector would find it useful to put an overlay plan.
I was going to say, I mean, this is quite a detailed one because I'm using my finger to point at stuff. I wonder if it would be easier for you if we can agree, ma'am, between myself and Miss Ahern or a member of LUC, an overlay of the area of high landscape value and the illustrative master plan, so you can see precisely.
Well, wouldn't it be better to do it? I mean, the illustrative master plan is as it says, isn't it? That's not going to be conditioned, I don't think, is it?
It's not, no.
So would it not be better to use one of the plans that actually we know is fixed, such as the parameter plan or one of the green plans, green landscape structuring plan?
We're oh. Yeah.
15.
The reason for taking you to 8.23, you can see the OS underlay.
You can, but I just don't think it's very much. Doesn't take us anywhere, does it? Because I mean, this isn't going to be necessarily. It might or it might not, sort of thing.
What we're very happy to take, obviously, to take away do a note. We've got already a few plans in train, but we can add this to the list of the overlay with the AHLV and the parameters, say, so you can see.
Well, the parameters are one of the other plans that's actually going to be.
Yeah.
It's going to be fixed.
It's probably. I would have thought the overall parameters isn't a bad. It's probably. I mean, we could do others, as you say. They're all sort of saying the same things in different colours. But the overall parameter plan, e.g. the one at 8.2 for the southern scheme, which obviously the only relevant one.
Or the green one. What was green?
Or the green one. We could have the green space structuring plan.
That 8.
We could do that as well. Yep.
Which one's that?
Sorry, the green space structuring plan is 8.18.
I wonder if I can interject, if the parameter plan is better, because the green infrastructure doesn't necessarily give the developed built.
This is what I was thinking.
So clearly, so I think the point that I'm being taken to is the extent to which the development intercedes into the area.
If it depends, we could do both, but I mean, if what we're focusing on is to what degree would built form, built development sit within the AHLV, might be the parameter plan's the one to. And actually, on 8.2, just for what it's worth, it shows also, it's got the Swanstree Avenue site that Mrs. Brockhurst has referred to as the appeal that I mentioned is actually on there already in Hatch, so that no bad thing. So would
that suit your question?
Would that help? Okay. So we'll get the ball rolling on that.
Thank you. But we can see, can't we, that we can see the relief road skirts alongside the Kent Science Park, which is that part of the relief road is in the AHLV.
Yes.
Yeah, and then as it moves due north of the science park, we've got the junction there, and we've got development cells either side, haven't we?
Either side of the relief road, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, yeah. And then we can see it moves through that kind of towards the narrower part of the site, and we've got some development in the AHLV south of the relief road, and then we've got the green space both sides in that narrower part of the site, also in the AHLV. Yeah.
So actually, from where the junction of the road is, so you can see, Ma'am, on the illustrative master plan, and by looking at Miss Ahern's plan, the two disused quarries.
Yep.
So the majority of the land east of those within the area of high landscape value is retained as green infrastructure, albeit with the relief road in. I don't dispute that, but the majority of that is, there's a small triangle which will sit alongside the consented development that we were just talking about, just alongside Highsted Road. So parts of the area of high landscape value have got development in them. The relief road extends through it, and parts of the area of high landscape value is part of the green infrastructure strategy. Yeah. But I think a plan's going to show that slightly better, an overlay.
Okay, and if we
and I think actually, in fairness as well, to the when you're looking to the east of Rodmershire Rodmersham Green and the master plan, so where the junction comes down, so you have the byway, that sort of arrowhead part, that's all green infrastructure on that western edge of the area of high landscape value, which then connects down to the area outside of the site. So it's a bit of everything, but that's green infrastructure without the relief road in it. So I think it's very varied, the type of change that occurs within that. But I accept that there's a road in it and there's development within it.
Yeah. And we can see in Miss Ahern's proof a summary of the differences between the applicant's assessment and her assessment. So that's CD 38. That's CD 38.1.2.
That's it.
38.1.2.
Yep.
And there's a table at the top of that page, page 63 PDF, 61.
Sorry, 38.1.2, is it 38.2
It's
point?
38.1.2, I think, isn't it? Her proof?
Oh, sorry, I've got Miss Miller's, that's why. Yeah. Yes, I've got it, sorry, my error.
And we can see, can't we, from the table that there are differences between her and the assessment in construction and operational year one, but their differences a kind of step apart, if you like, medium to high versus high. But then the big difference comes in the residual year 15.
Yes, that's right.
Very noisy, isn't it,
It's
this afternoon?
Problem is, all we can, we either shut the window, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, it's fine.
This has very low
I think we'd all agree on that.
Yeah.
even in
Common ground there.
even in your view, yeah. All right. Now, do you accept this description that large parts of the AHLV designation will be lost because of a change from open countryside to urban development?
I wouldn't say
Your microphone.
I wouldn't say large parts, and I think when we get the plan, we'll be able to see that, because within that area which is blue on Miss Ahern's map, there is a large part of that to the south and east of the red line, which is unaffected by the development.
Sorry, hang on.
The northern component is now developed. And then within that residual area, which lies within the red line, I think there's a balance between development and green infrastructure. So if it assists, we can, provide the overlay and a comparison of area proportionally. But I wouldn't say a large part, because a large part doesn't fall within the application site.
Well, the inspector can judge that. I actually was reading from the applicant's ES, so if we can go, it's CD 9.1. I'm so sorry, I didn't turn my microphone on. CD 9.1 and PDF page 466. And there's a heading there, conclusion on landscape effects on completion. There's a table 10.12
Yeah.
we can see. And then there's a table 10.13 for option 2. And if we just go on to PDF page 471, page 10, paragraph 10.306. 10.306, PDF page 471. Likely operational effects of the proposed development, etc. Yeah, sorry. 10.306 on PDF page. Yeah. And it says, whilst I'm reading about halfway, just over halfway down, there would be slightly greater impacts on the area of high landscape value, assessed as substantial to moderate adverse effects initially, as large parts of this designation would be lost. Change from open countryside to urban development, also indirect effects. That's a fair description of the change, isn't it?
As I say, I don't believe it is large parts of the development when you use the illustrative master plan that we looked at. But I think the only way to sort of deal with the proportionality, because the substantive parts lie outside of the site, is to go through that exercise. But I'm not disputing that parts of the designation will be lost, but I don't know whether I would use large parts, because I think there are also large parts that are new landscapes and new open spaces.
Well, there are parts that will be new landscapes and new open spaces, but that goes to the question of wider benefits that we spoke about this morning, rather than the direct impacts of the proposal in a LVIA sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't agree that large part of the designation are lost to urban development.
Okay. And the conclusion, slight adverse to negligible that we have, this is in relation to a receptor that I think you would accept as a designated landscape as sensitive, isn't it?
Yes.
Sensitive receptor. And so what we're really concerned about here, therefore, is the magnitude of change, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, the inspector can consider that. And that magnitude of change is to be assessed, isn't it, using the baseline of the qualities that we saw in the document that assesses the landscape value that I took you to a little bit.
Yes, absolutely. And those were the same qualities that were assessed in the appeal for the land south of Swanston Street.
Thank you. All right. And I just want also to take you then to the assessment table for year 15. So it's 9.2.26, CD 9.2.26.
I have that.
Okay. And it's PDF page 155. It's very noisy out there.
What's that, 155?
Yes. It's not even a Friday night, is it? 155, and we see entry 13, which we can see entry 13, and there. So this is the residual 15-year assessment, isn't it?
Yes.
And we've got the explanation in the last column. We're kind of familiar with the way it's laid out. The first part is about the designation. The second part refers to a review and the statement of significance document that we've looked at. And then we've got the last two paragraphs there. Okay.
Yes.
And we can see proposed development have direct effects as assessed above on the landscape qualities and value of this part of the AHLV. However, beyond the boundaries of the proposed development, the open countryside and the AHLV will remain unchanged. So this is looking at the balance that's left to the north and the balance that's left to the south, right?
Yes. Yes, because at the time this was written, the north wasn't committed hadn't got planning consent, so the area to the north, the Swanston Street appeal.
Swan Street Avenue, just for.
Avenue hadn't been consented, so that was remaining.
Yeah.
That obviously now.
So that's now going to be developed. So as we stand now, that's really a reference to the balance to the south.
Yes.
Of the site. And then the last paragraph is really the part that's dealing with the edges of the development site and what's happening on the development site, isn't it? The ongoing management of new planting within and around the proposed development. See that?
Yes.
Now, we'll continue to improve the local environment and add interest to the character of the application site. Now, isn't that an example of the wider kinds of landscape benefits that you spoke of this morning, which you accept don't properly go to reducing the LVIA effects of a development?
It's one of the functions of that new planting.
I know that, but that's not my question.
Can you rephrase your question?
I don't know if I can rephrase it. I can ask it again. This morning, you very fairly and properly drew a distinction between wider landscape benefits, creating a place of interest, embracing change, all the rest of that, which were relevant in broad landscape terms, but which you accepted shouldn't be taken to reduce the effects of the development in LVIA assessment terms. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what I'm suggesting to you is that questions around improving the local environment and adding interest to the character of the application site fall within the wider category rather than changes which can properly be used to reduce the significance of effects. Do you understand the question?
Yes, I do understand the question. Well, the point is that what we're talking about is not the new spaces, but the new planting, which is part of the mitigation embedded into the scheme. So that is an embedded part of the mitigation rather than its functionality and its contribution. So I can understand the confusion in that, but I think there's a difference between this is assessing the mitigation, the efficacy of the mitigation.
Well,
and it goes on to talk about the structural planting. So that's all part of the features that are included in the scheme to mitigate the effects. So the provision of a tree belt as part of a mitigation measure is different from how that operates within part of a green infrastructure strategy, which I talk about in more broader terms.
The quality of the local environment within the site and the added interest to the character of the application site are not features which ought properly to reduce the significance of effects in an LVIA sense, are they?
The change to the character, maybe not. But the maturation and management of the new planting, yes. and the structural planting.
Yes. And that only to the extent that they relate to features which have led to the designation of the AHLV.
Yes.
And so what we also need to consider here, for example, is the effect on rural character. That's one of the special features of the AHLV, isn't it?
Yes.
And tranquility, another one.
Yes.
And we don't see that discussed expressly here, do we?
No, but clearly that has been contemplated by the author of the LVIA, because they make reference to all of the relevant documentation. So they haven't, maybe not explicitly set it out, but they've obviously not written this absent of their consideration of the area of high landscape value.
I don't think you're suggesting, are you, that the green space around the relief road in this location is going to have a rural character?
No, as I say, it will have a character. It will have a character that's dominated by landscape, but it won't be rural. I accept that.
Okay. Well, the inspector can reach a view on that and other things. Now, let's carry on. Yes, just another reference. Hang on. Give me a moment. Yes, I just want to take you to a reference in the year 1 assessment. Same point, just before we move on. Just give me a moment. So it's table 10.13.2.1, which is on in the same document, PDF page 17.
17.
17, yeah. So that's the start of the table. So it's the same document, CD 9.2.26 that we're in. The table starts on PDF page 17, and the entry that we need to look at is the same one for the AHLV, which is on PDF page 25. So it's entry 13, PDF page 25. So this is the year 1 assessment, because the year 15 assessment said it's going to have effects as assessed above. So this is the above bit.
Yes.
And we can see that the explanation bit starts off setting out a background to the policy and the designation, and then about halfway down that page refers to the landscape qualities of the AHLV, and then I'm looking at the last paragraph. However, following completion, the proposed development would result in a notable change to the character and visual appearance, and granted it says a small part now of the AHLV,
Yes.
as there would be a loss of open rural countryside and development in this part of the application site. The development would contrast with the surrounding area of countryside to the west and southeast, some of which areas are also within the AHLV. The adverse effects would be moderated with mitigation measures. A proportion of the application site will remain in open uses, as open space and recreational areas, such as Highsted quarries, etc., providing the opportunity to improve and enhance the local environment and add interest to the character of the application site, and so on. Just to ask you a question. To the extent that it talks there about the development contrasting with the surrounding area,
Yes.
that is internally within the site, that is a fair description of what will be created,
Yes.
isn't it? It's a new landscape character.
Yes, new landscape character, as we addressed yesterday, Mum, in reference to LVIA, enhancement measures may be the creation of new local landscape character.
Yeah, thank you. And those open uses and open spaces and recreational areas, again, they're new character areas, not characteristic of the existing landscape designation.
Yes, new character areas and landscapes occur with development. That's
So again, those are all things which ought not properly to be weighed against the significance of effects in the LVIA GLVIA sense.
That's correct. And Mum, you'll see in the column of effects that we have recorded in the LVI substantial to moderate adverse effects. So we are identifying significant adverse effects.
And then, and the difference with year 15 is the landscaping around the site, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the maturation and development of the landscape framework. The embedded landscape.
Yeah. One of the things that you said when answering questions to my learned friend in chief about the geographical area point, you gave some evidence about Bicknor, and you
Gosh, yes.
you said, well, one of the questions one could ask is, would you rewrite the description of the Bicknor area?
Yes.
If you were to apply that to the description of the AHLV area, you would need to, wouldn't you, post the development?
Yes, you would.
Yeah.
You'd have a description of the area of high landscape value, those areas that haven't either been already consented for development or that form part of this. So the southern area, the description would most probably remain the same. That's that area outside. But within this site, yes, the description would change because we're proposing change.
Yeah, and isn't it a fair point to consider that actually the only part that would remain worthy of designation as AHLV would be that part outside the application site? That's a fair point, isn't it?
It may be under the criteria for assessing the AHLV, but that's not to say that the green space within the development can't be valued as local green space or important green space within the urban fabric. You can have that kind of designation if there are such desires to protect that. So it will certainly be different. Whether it will no longer be a landscape that is valued for certain reasons, who's to say?
Well,
having looked at and experienced developments that I have been working on for many years, there is the potential for those landscapes to in themselves become protected locally because they become a valued asset within a settled structure. So but it won't be the same. It won't be the same designation. It won't have the same description. But that's because we're changing the landscape.
Exactly. Thank you. And just on this, because you've been very helpful in drawing this distinction between things that properly reduce LVIA assessed effects and things that shouldn't. I just want to take you back to your evidence, please. And it's a point we looked at briefly in the morning, but I want to go back there now. So if you turn up your proof, CD 37.3.2, and we can start on page 26.
I've got to find it first. So. Sorry, what page?
We can start on PDF page 26.
I have hard copy. It should be the same.
It starts with your table 4.1 at the top.
Yes, they are the same.
Nice when that
did
happens.
try. There was an instruction on the CMC notes, if I recall.
We've got your summary of significant effects, southern application, and then you then give some written evidence about that. And then if I take you to 4.16, you acknowledge that there be changes against the baseline, as would any development of greenfield land, and then you say it also creates new places with new characteristics and qualities that become valued by people who use the spaces and live and work in the new settlement and wider community. And then you say, for these reasons, I am of the opinion that at year 15 and beyond, the residual effects are not significant and adverse. Indeed, I consider the new placemaking and substantial green infrastructure which is delivered by the southern site, etc., will be neutral, transitioning to significantly beneficial by year 15 and beyond. And this is all by reference to the landscape and visual assessment. And then at 4.18, whilst the landscape and settlement pattern would be different compared to the baseline, the reasons I conclude the nature of the effect is neutral, transitioning to significant, beneficial by year 15, as outlined above, are. And then you say, will exist for 100 years, difference does not equate to harmful. And then 4.20, a high quality environment with spaces for people and a high level of connectivity and community integration. 4.21, design approach will create distinctive landscape-led spaces, variety of scales, functionality. 4.22, over time, people will adapt, embrace, celebrate how places, particularly where they have a high level of connection through presence, accessibility and movement, level of engagement and so on. And without wanting to diminish what you regard as being the benefits in the wider sense, I got your evidence on that. Do you accept that this passage of evidence is really talking about those wider benefits and not benefits that ought properly to be used to reduce the significance of effects identified in the LVIA sense?
So, yes, they are properly considered within the wider landscape, but I do think in terms of the LVIA part, which is about the maturation of the mitigation and the development and evolution of those landscapes, I do think there is, over time, the sense that they will reduce effects because they will mature and create places and further screen and provide containment. So there are some of those embedded measures and additional measures are part of the LVIA. But yes, generally this tract of my evidence is about the wider benefits.
Yes. So being fair to you, when you say at 4.17, neutral to transitioning to significantly beneficial by year 15 and beyond, that, and then you give the reasons we've looked at, that shouldn't be read as a conclusion in an LVIA sense. I think that should be read fairly for you as an overall broad landscape judgment.
I think that is the case. I mean, inevitably, it is the effect on landscape character and the views that we assess, and I think that those in combination do have that effect in terms of the LVIA, which is why we have the enhancement strategy is one that can create new local landscapes. But in terms of in the actual sort of mechanics of the LVIA process, that's, yes, I would say that it relates more to the broader point, because the LVIA says its own assessment in terms of where the effects are.
Exactly, and Ms. Ahern's got hers, and we've talked about that a bit this morning. Okay, let me check my notes.
But I think, Ma'am, if I can also just, not wishing to prolong this, obviously, but I would say that in addition to the information I provide about the Camborne site, you also have in my appendices examples of developments, and this is from paginated page 68 onwards, which is examples of green infrastructure and delivery and design, 15 years that Murdoch Wickham have been involved with. So you have examples, it's not just one scheme, but you do get positive green spaces that I'm describing in my wider benefit, and those are those examples you have there as well. And I think I refer to some of those locally that you may wish to visit in terms of parts of Sittingbourne and locally areas which have been developed and have now matured, so you can get to grips with those as well if you want to have direct examples.
Thank you. Right, I'm going to leave the other matters that are between us on the south to the inspector in the evidence.
Yes.
And I did have some questions for you on the northern scheme, but I'm going to take the same approach on that.
Yeah.
So I do want to, however, ask you about green infrastructure. And
Questions on the northern scheme or not?
I was going to, madam, but let me.
Seems to have rather got left behind, doesn't it?
Let me.
the
Well, let
northern
me.
scheme?
I think as well, Ma'am, there is a differentiation in the LVIA process, which in the LVIA process undertaken for the Northern Scheme, the assessment does include effects at year 15. It does identify. I disagree with how that's arrived at, but there are significant effects at year 15 identified in the LVIA.
There are.
Different
Let me be clear. I mean, obviously, you can ask whatever questions of whatever witnesses you wish, but we have Ms. Ahern's evidence. We have what's all set out in the environmental statement, and Ms. Brockhurst hasn't carried out her own LVIA and accepts that those conclusions are all open to you. So I'm happy, as far as my role in presenting the council's case, to leave that on the documents and tie up things in something. So that's where we are. I do want to ask you about green infrastructure, though,
Good.
please. So, CD 15 point. There's a suite of documents, isn't there? CD 15.29 to CD 15.31, which are the Swale green infrastructure documents.
Yes.
Just so we orientate ourselves. And I want to take you to 15.31, please. So, okay, and
Yes.
PDF page 34. And there's a section here it's green and blue infrastructure, isn't it? GBI.
Yeah. Not quite as good as the FBI, but GBI.
Yeah. I'm on PDF page 34 of CD 15.31. Okay. And there's a discussion here about the different functions of infrastructure, 4.1, and 4.2 refers to plans. And if we go over the page to page 35, there's a little flow chart that
Yes.
is describing different categories of functions of GBI. All right. And just go to 4.14. Similarly to Faversham, Sittingbourne's most functional GBI assets encircle the town centre, limited functional GBI pathways or corridors linking them, agricultural land and orchards on the outskirts of the town centre deliver highly in terms of GBI functions. You see that?
Yes.
And 4.15, we're told that the lowest functional GBI is private gardens, and some specific water bodies mentioned there. And this is just the way that they're assessing things, right?
Yes, I see that's how they're assessing it.
Yeah. All right. And then if we go to PDF page 39, we can see a map that sets out the findings of the assessment. Figure 12. And it was mentioned in cross-examination, I think, of Miss Ahern, that there was a shortage of green space or infrastructure in centre and northeast Sittingbourne.
Yes.
And we can see that centre and northeast white there.
Yes.
Okay. But if you move to the broad area of our site, your site, the inquiry site, before we do, we can see also blue, the gardens of the houses being at the lowest level.
Yes.
And then we can see, we can orientate ourselves because we can see the Kent Science Park just at the foot of the plan. And we can see the motorway and so on. We can see that the site is, on this assessment anyway...
Sorry, you see the motorway?
Sorry, I meant the A2. We can see the A2
Yes,
in the railway line at the north, and we can see the Kent Science... well, it's Highsted, actually, isn't it, I think?
Yeah.
In the south. But we can see, broadly speaking, that the area in which the site lies is bounded by parcels of land which, on this assessment, have relatively high multifunctionality, the oranges and the reds.
There are those locations, and obviously some of those relate to the quarries which are retained in terms of what's kept, and also there are obviously some areas of green, but I think what's interesting with the strategy, which is not, there isn't a need for an enhancement and betterment of green infrastructure. That is still recognised as being required. And I think if we go back to a document you took me to this morning, which is COD document 16.8, which is the Thames Gateway strategy.
Yeah, do we need to go there?
Yes, we do, I think, for this point.
Yes.
Because we're putting this in, contextualising this. So if we turn to PDF page 28 in that document. Page 28 in the PDF. I think what's quite helpful in terms of ambition for improving the green infrastructure credentials of Sittingbourne and Swale is if you look at that plan in the Thames Gateway document, Ma'am, Sittingbourne Park, which is area 19, which is a sort of parkland, the majority of that has been developed as part of the industrial growth of Sittingbourne. So whilst we're not delivering the corridor, I mean, aspirationally, there can't be those parklands because that is developed. And along the western edge of Sittingbourne, the green grid, obviously is the land that's currently under development and allocated for development. So the aspirations for creating a strong green infrastructure for Sittingbourne that's demonstrated in this document, A, hasn't been realised, and B, can't be because of those changes. And therefore, whilst we see this relative mapping when we then look in the document we've currently turned to in terms of the Swale strategy for green infrastructure, there is a need, as we saw in chief, there is a need for an enhanced green infrastructure because the opportunities for more strategic green infrastructure have been lost and will be lost by the progression of the existing allocations and committed development. So there are opportunities where there are red areas. That doesn't mean they can't be further enhanced because some of these are functional as a nature reserve, but we're proposing greater accessibility. But there's also a lot more connected green infrastructure. So I think you have to look at that bigger picture of what we're striving to achieve and what's being delivered, because I think the suggestion that, well, there's already green infrastructure, we don't need more, I think is belied by the fact that that isn't what the ambition is at a wider scale as well.
Well, just within the terms of this assessment, because this is what witnesses have been taken to, all the agricultural land, which the assessment identifies as delivering highly in terms of GBI functions, all the agricultural land within the site will be lost to that use, won't it?
Not all of the land.
Is there going to be agricultural land within the site?
No, it's the agricultural functionality, but whether there is multifunctional green infrastructure, yes, there will be. But it will be delivered through a different type of landscape as opposed to agricultural land. And I would say when you look at the agricultural land, the further up in that document that we were looking at, page 30, PDF 35, the Swale green, the Swale GBI strategy document, what was it, 1531?
It's 1531, yeah.
Page 35.
Yes. I think when you look at, on that page 35, the functionality, and I agree, agricultural land does serve that, but the landscape can do more. So it can provide those greater recreational opportunities, because at the moment we're limited to some footpaths across the arable land. The rest of the land isn't accessible. You can't get on it. We can exploit the landscape more for the opportunities for social interaction, the benefits to physical and mental health, because by providing a structured and designed green infrastructure, you can bring people who are not able to climb stiles and that side of things to come in and enjoy a wealth of recreational opportunities. So I think just because there is multifunctionality provided by agricultural land doesn't mean that, and some of that is at the highest, that there can't be betterment beyond that in terms of quality of place and access to natural green space, those sorts of things. So I think there's a lot more to be done. And if this weren't a landscape where that could happen, then it wouldn't be within an enhancement zone.
Well, you can do it because it's a greenfield site, right?
Yes, because because you can't do it within the urban framework, and it's the people who live in the urban framework who need the accessibility to the green infrastructure.
And you also accept the point made in this assessment that private gardens are at the lowest end of the GBI?
We haven't included that as part of the calculation, but I accept that it does have a low, has a lower multifunctionality. Depends on people's gardens. I know I've dedicated quite a lot of mine to wildflower. I think that's laziness rather than much else. But we all do things differently. But that's not to say it doesn't contribute at all. But the multifunctionality really becomes part of it when it adds a lot of functionality, and a lot of that benefit comes from accessibility and being able to get into that land. For communities, that's really important, being able to walk to school through green spaces opposed to walking along an urban townscape street. Those sorts of things are important.
And can we just turn up CD 15.28, which is the Sittingbourne chapter, if you like?
Yes.
15.28. And there's the plan that people have been taken to, figure 24. And the identification of the urban fringe GBI enhancement zone. Sorry. So it's CD 15.28, PDF page 7.
Yes.
And then there's the stippled notation on the plan, which is the urban fringe GBI enhancement zones.
Yes.
And a point was made, well, this is indicating that some change is expected.
Well, if you're going to focus change to get the greatest benefit, then yes.
And we can see...
And in fairness, if you compare that figure 24 to the 1531, CD 1531, internal PDF, page 39, you'll see that that enhancement strategy encompasses lands which includes areas which are red and orange, i.e. towards the highest functionality. So it's clear that functionality can be further enhanced. It's not static, you can do more.
And then the document goes on to page 9, talks about town centre greening. That section starting at 9, do you see that?
Yes.
All right, and then there's a section on commercial area greening starting on page 11.
Yes, I mean, would add in terms of the private gardens, Ma'am, on paragraph 61, it may include hanging baskets or narrow planters. I mean, you have to make them on 6.11 on the town centre greening. So I accept that private gardens, they're not in the calculation we provide, but I accept that private gardens, but it's maximising the opportunities you have to provide some form of enhancement.
Well, we've got an outline scheme. I don't think hanging baskets are going to feature in.
No, I didn't say that, but in the same way, we haven't got specifics about private gardens, and I think it's fair to say it's not just the heavy lifting down by the larger spaces. There is also a functionality that does come from private spaces. May not be as great, but that does exist, and there's all sorts of other ways in terms of buildings maybe within the science park with green walls and green roofs. So you can always maximise it. It's really about doing a lot more. It's making us focus on the functionality of the landscapes, not just the composition of the features within it.
Yes, and if we go, please, to PDF page 23. Just within the terms of this strategy, we have a summary in the light of the text that's come before of what the actions are that this strategy is talking about.
Yes.
Okay? And so we've got the town centre greening, we've got the urban tree planting, commercial greening, optimising parks, provision of multifunctional GBI and development.
Yeah.
But what we find in that area to the east of Sittingbourne, if we look at foot of page 26, I can take you to the reference in the text. We can see there's a reference to enhancing existing and creating new routes for walkers and cycles, and then where footpaths pass through areas of horticultural wildlife interest, create viewpoints, provide adequate way marking for signage, provide gateways to the wider countryside, including the AOMB to the south. And if we just go back to paragraph 6.49, which is on PDF page 17. We can see some text there that relates specifically to that area to the south, east, and east of Sittingbourne, can't we? Villages, Borden, Tunstall, Highsted, Batchild, main settlement edge. And it's talking about improvements, isn't it, to the existing network of roads and routes.
Yes.
And 650 to encourage people of the surrounding settlements to walk and cycle to the town centre, and so on. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I appreciate you will say, well, our development does that, and we've got that evidence. But within the context of this assessment, that appears to be what is being referred to when it comes to that area of GBI enhancement to the southeast of Sittingbourne.
Well, yes, I accept that that's what that refers to, but I also think that the table below that you took us to, that's the sort of enhancing what we have, but it doesn't stop there, because the table you took us to, and it's PDF 24, which is internal page 105. Promote provision of multifunctional GBI and development. So the first one is ensure that all development sites adhere to open space requirements. Well, as we discussed yesterday, we adhere and exceed. We provide the multifunctional. So in terms of enhancing what we have, that's one strategy. But if you're bringing forward development, this is what you should be doing, which is ensure that the wider countryside is linked to the town centre. Well, the routes from the wider countryside cut through the green infrastructure, go into the town. New development to connect and improve existing sustainable transport routes. Well, it's creating new cycleways, new greenways, routes for bus and travel that way. Ensure existing allocations consider connectivity. Well, we're not an existing allocation, but we're certainly considering connectivity and active travel routes. So, yes, in terms of the enhancement zone, but when you're coming to development, we're in an enhancement zone. There's a lot more that can be done, and in line with the requirements on that table, we're doing those. We're doing those in spadefuls.
I am. Finally, I think landscape-led.
Yes.
It's not a topic I'm going to ask you about. So that's...
Thank you very much, Mr. Pereira.
Yes, of course. Is it Mr. Bell next? Oh, fine.
Before we do, I've got some little plans here of footpaths and rights of way. I'd like the witness to have a little look at before I ask a few questions. That's okay.
There's an inquiry document. Can you email them as well to forgotten. So we'll have this as the next one. I don't know if it ends with something like that. Okay, so we want to... Sorry.
No, sorry.
Okay, we'll adjourn till, we'll adjourn till 12:30, so if you allow this to circulate then.
I'm going to take my jacket off now. I've saved myself as long as I can.
Just be comfortable.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. I know. Maybe if we have the fan on while we're not talking, I could.
So, don't think it makes a difference, actually.
Just mucks up the
Right then, just now 3:30, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. Just one point. We had a letter in from the Kent Wildlife Trust which should have been circulated to all
We've
of you now.
seen it, and we will.
You'll be
I've just read it,
responding,
but
are
we're
you?
going to respond. It won't. Well, it won't be today, but
No, okay.
we'll respond when we resume at the in the next bit of the
Right,
inquiry.
okay. And if anyone else, I think it's more to do with the ecology side of things, isn't it?
Yeah. I think it and design. I
Rather
think
than
basically
landscape.
someone in the design session has said that they were consulted at an early stage, and they resist the idea that they were. So basically, it just comes down to whether they were or not. They obviously
Okay,
have
well,
checked.
anyway.
We'll come back to it.
Yeah, any responses will obviously go in the core documents. I think everyone should have had it. And then we've got these two plans from Mr. Young, and they will eventually
Yes.
find themselves probably 100.9, I would think, but they'll go on to the documents list in due course. Anyway.
Thank you.
Right then, Mr. Young.
I think the parishes are going first.
I thought you were.
No, I just handed out.
I thought that's what we said, wasn't it? Or didn't we?
Madam,
I can't remember now.
I had a brief discussion with my clients over the comfort break and had a look at what was left on my list of things to question on. And Madam, the decision on our side is we don't have anything to cross-examine on, and the points we do have are better suited for other witnesses at further sessions.
Fine, thank you very much. Right, it is you then, Mr. Young.
No one else.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Young.
I would like to ask you lots and lots of questions, but I'm restricted to one topic.
That's a shame.
It is a shame, isn't it? So I am going to ask you about public rights of way, because my clients have an interest in that topic.
Yes, of course.
Now, what we know, obviously, is that there is a whole network of public rights of way where this development is located and where the road is going to go. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And of course, you know, the whole country is covered in rights of way. This isn't New Zealand. And as a consequence of which, they are an important part of recreational activity in this country, aren't they?
Yes, I agree. Well, they're a component of, but an important component.
Yes. For those that don't understand and didn't get the joke, New Zealand doesn't have any rights of way. Just, yeah. I know. I was hoping gentleman would contribute, but he's not here. So what we do is we have a look at that, and some areas have lots of rights of way and lots don't. But what we do know, and have a look, if you will, first of all, at this plan, which is the southern
It's the southern.
road, yeah, is that we see a series of public rights of way which begin in the urban area of Sittingbourne, in the town, and then lead out to the countryside, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And there's a whole series of them, aren't there, really? Even from the sort of close to the main road, they provide these routes out. And
Yes.
one particular area that I wanted to look at is, do you see where it says Rodmersham CP, yes?
Yes.
In big letters.
Yes,
And then
I do.
just above that, we've got the Oast Cottages. Do you see that? Above the M?
Just a minute, I don't see it.
Are you looking at the southern?
Yes.
Ma'am, it's
The witness is indicating on the
so
plan
it's
for
in
you.
this part here. So you have just below the word Sittingbourne.
Oh,
just
Oast
below
Cottages,
the
yes.
unit.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah,
Those,
okay,
yeah.
got it.
Okay, now, at that point, what we see is the converging of two particular rights of way, and I think it's ZU31
Yes.
and ZU34A. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And they merge by those cottages, which
Yes.
are just slightly down on the top of the slope, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the road runs pretty much along the top of the slope, yes?
Yes.
And obviously, that road is going to sever both of those rights of way, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you will need to cross the road. So yes, the current alignment will be severed.
Yeah. And for people in Sittingbourne, this is a very easy and obvious route out into the countryside, isn't it?
Yes.
and the road will completely change the nature of that experience, won't it?
The road will change the nature of the experience on those alignments.
Completely.
Yes.
Good. Okay, and so what we have in its place is what at that point? Is it at-grade crossings, or how do people get across the road?
I'm afraid I might be the wrong witness, because the dealing of how these are crossed are dealt with in the evidence of the applicant's public right-of-way rebuttal truth.
I'm so sorry, your microphone's...
So that's in core document 37.12.1. So I know that Mr. Whittaker has been working in consultation with KCC on how the crossing points might work, and I haven't been party to the design of the crossing points.
But you obviously know, don't you, from the LVIA version 3, that people using rights of way are receptors of the highest sensitivity, aren't they?
Yes, so in terms of the visual sensitivity, but you asked me how are they crossed, and I don't know whether they're at grade.
One step at a time.
Yeah. Well, I was, just answering that question.
So the position is that we know that users of public rights of way are the highest level of receptor because they're out for the purpose of enjoying their walk in the countryside.
Yes.
So
When you're carrying out your analysis and you're looking at the visual impact of this proposal, I imagine at the very top of your list of people impacted was your consideration of those who are using the public right-of-way network.
That's certainly the case in the LVIA, which is core document 9.1. There is assessment, obviously I didn't write that, but there is assessment of the visual impacts on those people using the public rights of way, and it's been assessed on the basis of its specific public rights of way all the way through the assessment. So yes, it is something that is considered.
Yeah, and you've had a read of the LVIA and you've read the section about people using public rights of way, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
And in doing that, what you noticed was that the people using these two rights of way were going to have their experience dramatically and significantly changed, weren't they?
Yes.
And as a consequence of which, that route directly into the countryside is going to be severed by the road. We've agreed that.
Yes.
Yeah. And therefore, you obviously wanted to consider carefully what their new experience would be, wouldn't you? To properly understand the impacts.
Yes.
Yeah. So tell me how they're going to cross the road.
As I say, I didn't write the assessment and I haven't designed the road crossings.
But you've surely asked yourself, how do the people whom experience I am now assessing as the highest receptors experience that journey? You've asked yourself that, haven't you?
Well, I've asked myself that, but in terms of how have I assessed it, I haven't done that assessment. As I say, the assessment of the effects on those people crossing is covered in the LVIA. But the scope of my evidence, as I set out, hasn't been to reassess the effects of those.
Would it be fair to say that you are uncertain how those walkers experience the post-development world, in other words, how they cross that road?
Yeah, I don't know how the mechanism is for them crossing that road. What I do know is, for example, footpath ZU31, which now comes alongside and through the development, is now not coming through open countryside, but is actually coming out of the edge of Sittingbourne because of the consent allowed on appeal. So the whole of the context is changing, I accept that. But in terms of the mechanism by which they cross that road there, or they don't cross the road and they patch into the other footpaths and the network of green infrastructure to the north of the road, that is, I haven't looked at that in any specific detail. As I say, I believe that is primarily set out in my mic's gone off again. I believe that is, I've set... I believe the
would
mechanism...
Would it assist, just before we leave this particular crossing, just to give you the reference for where it is set out? I mean, we can come back to it at the round table, but it is in the evidence how they're going to cross the road. This witness doesn't know, but Mr Young knows, because Kent are talking to us, and we've agreed a scheme with Kent, as Mr Young knows, as to how they're going to cross the road, and it's in the evidence. But I can tell you if you want, or we can come back to it when we do the rights of way, we can do the rights of way round table. Let me know.
Doesn't know, so
Well, yeah, so it's confirmed to be at grades, and the reference is core document 37.12.2, PDF page 29. 37.12.2, PDF page 29. So this isn't Mrs. Brockhurst's evidence, but it's the appendix to Mr. Whitaker. And all of this, just to be clear, the reason it's done in this way is because Mr. Young's, what we've agreed it all with Mr. Young's clients. As Mr. Young knows, we know. You don't know him. Obviously, Mrs. Brockhurst doesn't know either. But it's that confirms that these there's going to be signalised at-grade crossings.
There we go. So that helps because
Yes.
now your team members are telling you how it's going to be crossed. So it's a traffic light experience. Yes.
Yes?
Yeah, okay, and we've already agreed about how significant that is. Now, to the area that's going to be developed, where it says Sittingbourne, that's the area that's already proposed to be developed, yes?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. And I think, Ma'am, these footpaths are all shown in relation to the development and therefore the extent of the committee development on core document 8.27.
Yeah. So you know that's going to be developed, and that area, because obviously you've been up there, and that area sort of faces towards the town, doesn't it?
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
It's fairly level, but yes, it faces
Yeah.
towards the town.
So where it says Sittingbourne is low down, it's the same height as the town, and then the land rises. We can see the contours as you come closer to your road, yes?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So you go up the hill to the road, and then you cross at the new traffic light junction. Just so we're clear, the experience that one has where it says the Oast cottages, and then along that lane, and then the footpath, which at the moment is very muddy, down through the orchards.
Yes.
That is separated visually and physically from Sittingbourne and its urban influences, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And what we might say, I know that obviously with the LVIA, you all insist on writing about 10,000 words, but what we might do is just describe it as deep countryside, yes? That's deep countryside around there.
It's countryside. I think if you are using the relative term deep, I think if you move further east towards Linstead, you get a deep countryside. I think the extent of arable farming and commercial operations that happen there, it is countryside, it's agricultural land, but I wouldn't say it's deeply countryside when you then compare that to what exists to the east.
You see, I think that's where we may disagree then, because I would say the area close to Sittingbourne, the area that's proposed development, might be described, as some inspectors have described that type of area, as developed countryside, in the sense that it's countryside, but you can sense the development. But once you go up that hill and you get to the Oast houses and then you go into the network that's there, that's deep countryside really, isn't it? The urban influences are very limited, and you're into the experience of Rodmusham Green and a lot of agricultural fields, and it's very pastoral, isn't it?
Yes, when you get out there, which is obviously the area beyond the relief road.
Yeah. So the experience for people in Sittingbourne at the moment is there's no impediment for them to just leave the town, walking along footpaths, whether they're walking or they're taking the dog for a walk or whatever they're doing, and they're getting out into a really beautiful, deep countryside area in a relatively quick period of time, aren't they?
Yes, for those who can make the route and do make the route, yes, that's true.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
And then what we have is, fortuitously, a whole network of public rights of way. You can go down to Rodmusham Green, rather delightful green, and the cafe there.
Yes.
I'd recommend the baked potato. And then you can go off to the east, and there's a whole network of rights of way as you go off towards Linstead, yes?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And so what we've got then here in this particular location that I'm asking you questions about is a very easy and direct route into a whole network of public rights of way, yes?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Good. Okay. Then if we have a look more to the west, over by Tunstall, not the one on the edge of Stoke, but slightly different experience. And this one, again, we can see quite a strong network of rights of way there, yes? And then down towards Woodstock.
Yes.
Yeah. And again, because of the scale of the junction works that are proposed at that point at Woodstock, obviously there's going to be a very dramatic change in the public right of way experience there, yes?
Yes, there will be.
Yeah.
I think also, if I can just say about the experience, with all of these people who are wishing to use a public right-of-way network, how they use that and how they approach the road, because you will have done the part where you get outside Tunstall Church and you drop down onto the road and on the blind bend and then cross. People who wish to get to the countryside will cross a road to get to the countryside. So I don't think the severance as it is a barrier, but also when you get to this southern part of Sittingbourne, that network, if you choose and you come out of the southern part of Sittingbourne, you can head south and west and avoid this part of the countryside. So you can still access it. So it's not an impediment entirely to connect to the countryside. And for those who don't have the ability to undertake some of those longer walks, and bear in mind all the published circular walks around this area all require walking along the footpath and then connecting through the lanes and walking alongside the lanes without any pedestrian footpath. That's not a deterrent, but I do accept that it totally changes the character and the visual outlook for users for parts of those footpaths, but not the entirety of the footpath. So some part of the footpath is of the existing network is in a more densely wooded area, and then it comes into an open. So there are contrasts, and I'm not diminishing the fact that when you get to the road and in the vicinity of the road and the junctions, the character changes. But it's not an impediment to movement.
Let's just walk that back, literally. Let's go back to Tunstall where you started a little time ago.
Yeah.
Okay? And if we think about that, what you're sort of saying to the inspector, I think, is when you do that walk, when you cross that road, Tunstall, that's a very similar experience to crossing the new link road between the N2 and the A2.
Yes.
It's going to be the same sort of experience, same volumes of traffic.
I don't know about the volumes of traffic, but the fact that as you're walking, you then step off the footpath straight onto a road with no controls and no pedestrian assistance. But from the evidence that I saw, the footpaths beyond the road were still heavily used.
Do you think the road there you were talking about is a similar sort of road, a similar sort of volume to the one that you're cutting out?
No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is it is a road that I've crossed it and the traffic comes around the corner. And what I'm saying is roads in themselves are not an impediment, and roads where you provide crossing points are not an impediment, but the characteristics of the qualities that you would use the public rights of way for will change in the vicinity of the road, and I don't dispute that.
So let's think about the nature of the road. What's the sort of volume of traffic that's on this new road?
Again, I haven't looked at the volume of traffic. I know this is
There's quite a few cars planned to go on it.
Yes, yeah.
Cat out the back.
Oh, absolutely, of course, because if there weren't, it wouldn't be the relief road.
No. So
it's functionally, it's going to...
of the road,
Yes.
It's not country lane.
No.
And there's more than sort of 15 cars an hour.
Yeah.
There's vast numbers of traffic movements on this road, and we were talking, weren't we, about Woodstock. Now, the experience of crossing the road there, compared with, say, Tunstall, what I'm looking at is an grade separated junction, yes?
Yes.
With a number of different arms, yes?
Yes.
And so where that footpath ZR147 arrives at,
Yes.
okay, it's actually, if you were to continue on that route, it's going to be severed by a whole series of roads, isn't it? Because not only do you have the main road, you've also then got the grade separated arms of the road as well. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I understand there will be a route for pedestrians to cross that route, so it's severed and realigned. But absolutely, it changes the character of that road.
Yeah, and it changes the whole nature of the walk.
Absolutely.
So again, here's another area where residents from Sittingbourne leave the urban area and they go out for their country walk on a summer's evening or on a Sunday, and out they go, and suddenly they're met by a relief road. I say suddenly, they're going to experience it pretty much as they leave the urban area, aren't they? They're going to hear it and they're going to see it.
Yes.
Yeah. So the whole nature of that walk, that countryside walk that the people of Sittingbourne are enjoying, that will dramatically change, won't it?
Yes, it will.
Yeah. Okay. Now I've arrived at the grade separated junction. Do you know what the way across that road is there? Is that to sort of go on the bridge over the relief road?
I believe there's a green, it's part of the Green Bridge, so there's a path that goes across that, but the detail of that I think is for others. I know that I have asked the question, and there is a route that takes people across the Green Bridge, so
okay.
yes.
If I look at what's in between them, so if you look at the with the CP wording for the civil parish, Rodmersh, and then you look at Highsted Farmhouse, can you find that? So we're looking between the 2 points I've been asking you about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we can see another footpath, which is ZU 29, I think, which links with ZU 30.
Yes.
Then, although it's sort of faded out, that links through down to Highsted. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now that's a route through, and that again is going to be severed. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and what I think I can see there is actually the traffic light junction that my learned friend was talking about, yes? Yes. I think, I don't know about the one further up. I don't know if there's 2 sets of traffic lights as well as 3 sets of roundabouts. But from what I've seen, because I've got obviously a team looking at the highways, I know that there's traffic lights at this point.
Yes.
Okay, whether there are further up, if that's another junction that's not shown, I don't know. I don't think it is, with the greatest respect to my learned friend. I think that's just a mistake. But here, there is a traffic light junction.
Yes.
Okay, and again, we're going to have a severance.
Yes, I get that.
In that area. So would it be fair to say that the public rights-of-way network in the area, which is currently extensive, yes?
Yes.
Is going to be dramatically and significantly changed as a result of the road, yes?
Yes, the experience will be changed.
And in fairness to you, quite sensibly in evidence in chief, you acknowledge that the experience where the built development is going will change from rural to urban.
Yes.
Yeah, good. It's appropriate, isn't it, when rights of way are dramatically changed, severed, the whole effect, in other words, is dramatically changed, that there is an appropriate compensation to that, isn't there?
Oh, compensation.
Don't worry, I'm not going to start asking you values, but do you recognise there's a need, without getting into the details of it, that we ought to be thinking about that as an effect, or does your extent of this just extend to the effect of receptors?
I think it extends
Your microphone, so sorry.
We're both failing with our microphones.
Okay. Yes, I do limit myself to the effect on receptors, but I think also in terms of, I don't know whether you call it compensation or alternatives, but what the proposals provide for it's not a loss of those footpaths. There are areas where you have to cross the road and you'll have the road and you'll see the development, and it changes this landscape through which these footpaths pass. But how those footpaths work and the alternatives, it may be compensation, and others will discuss that. But what there also is within the green infrastructure, alternative routes, accessible to a really wide population. Not all of these linear routes are sort of something where children might stray on their own, although I remember being on horseback for days and not quite
Do you mean by this, just on that point, do you mean what you're creating is new public parks and new open spaces and so on? Yeah, all of which we accept, obviously, is going to be part of the development. But my question was more about, do you recognise that when you sever rights of way like this, there needs to be compensation for that, or is that for another witness?
I think that's for another witness,
Okay.
but I would say in terms of compensation at a landscape scale, it is providing other routes as well. So the sort of bigger, broader compensation. But yes, we recognise there are changes to the context, breaking of the journey because you have to cross the road, but there are also new routes for a broader population that are accessible. So in terms of compensation, it's not compensation, it's just alternative ways of getting people out and about and being active.
Okay, to look properly at this and understand all the different routes that are being severed, I've rated to 4, I think, actually, if you take ZU 34A and 31 together. But if you go back to where it says Sittingbourne,
Yes.
and then Babchild CP, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and we look at ZR 208.
Yes.
That is another footpath which leaves the urban area of Sittingbourne, yes?
Yes.
And then is severed by this road, yes?
Yes.
And I don't think there is any traffic lights in that area, but there certainly isn't a traffic light or a junction at that point, is there?
Again, I'd have to check that.
Yeah. If we travel up a bit closer to Radfield and Babchild, if you go to where it says Little Duffy, do you see that further along the road? Little Duffy.
Yes.
Okay. And
Dully.
Oh, Dully. Oh,
It's
sorry.
Dully.
Okay. I was thinking musicians. If you have a look at that area where it says Haywood, I think I've got that bit right anyway.
Yes.
What we can see is 2 footpaths merging, the ZR 194 and the ZR, I think that's 682. They merge at Haywood and then they go south.
Yeah.
And again, that is completely severed by the road again, yes?
Yes.
So as we go along the route here, oh, I almost missed it out, sorry, back to Woodstock, and the ZR 156 gets severed as well, and in the proximity of the grade separated junction, yes? So if I go along the route, then I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think 7 public rights-of-way network into the wider countryside, all of which will be severed by this road, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And that's obviously a significant impact, isn't it?
In terms of connectivity of the network, others will deal with that. But in terms of the impacts on receptors, yes. I mean, we accept that there's significant adverse effects on the visual receptors of people who are using those.
And also what it is to be a resident of Sittingbourne as well, really. To live in Sittingbourne, but to be able to get very easy access to the countryside, which I'm sure, many, many residents of Sittingbourne enjoy, it's going to very dramatically change their experience, isn't it?
It will. And Ma'am, can I suggest, just to understand how it can be treated, if you walk along footpath ZU29...
Can you just help us with where that is?
On the plan, there's in black, it's dark green, typed the word Sittingbourne in capitals.
In green?
So it's in green here.
Oh, I see. The little letters in the middle of the town.
The little letters, I think.
By the hospital.
So, ZU29. And the reason I say that, because this is a route which was once in open countryside, which is now within the development, within Sittingbourne, and that has been treated specifically. And just to get an understanding, I'm not saying there isn't a change, but what you'll see when you walk along there is how public rights of way may be treated. And I use that reference because Mr. Sutherland was the architect for that particular project, so he has, and there is a design, and I think Mr. Murdoch. So there's sort of a way of how public rights of way have been severed from their open rural landscape context over many decades as a result of the growth of Sittingbourne, and I don't dispute that. And we're adding to that in terms of what's being proposed. But I just think that it's worth having a look at some of the examples of how these places are managed, because that footpath, you know, some of these footpaths do already have to cross roads, and they do that. And if people are still crossing those new roads and getting out to the countryside, that just shows that they can continue to do that.
What we, just on that point then, what we notice the difference is obviously the roads that you're talking about, in particular that one ZU29, that's a route that is within the urban area, yes?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
It's not like it's being severed by a large relief road. It's the urban area expanding, yes?
Yes.
And in terms of what we've got here, we haven't just got the new sort of housing, we've also got the road as well. So it's in combination, isn't it?
Well, it is in combination, but of course there are new roads that wrap round. So from the A2, the Swan Street Avenue is in itself a new road, which footpaths cross.
But not on the same...
And the question being put to me is, well, that changes the experience. Well, yes, that does. They are now in the urban area and they connect to areas of soon to be developed or to countryside. So it is the evolution of the settlement. I'm not sort of seeking to minimise those effects, but I'm just saying they are managed within an urban context because they're having to be, because that's where the development's going to and has been growing.
Okay, with those 7 areas or 7 routes into the wider countryside that are severed, what consideration is your client given to grade separation of footpaths?
My understanding, again, I'm not the witness who's dealing with the alignment of the vertical and the horizontal alignment of the road, but I know in terms of the landscape strategy, there has been that has been a consideration that's dealt with in the landscape and open space strategy. But in terms of how that's dealt with, I'm not the witness on how that is going to be developed.
Okay, but did you, as you know, in a landscape-led proposal, did you suggest at any stage grade separation for at least some of these 7 severed public rights of way?
As you may know, Mr. Young, I wasn't involved with the design. That was certainly something that was dealt with in the design evolution. So, Ma'am, if I take you... If I take you first of all to core document 7.33, this is Mr. Murdoch's landscape and open space strategy.
And in here he deals with grades, the consideration of grade separation.
He doesn't deal with grade separation. He talks about the principles. So the grade separation is really... I'm just sort of looking at linkages. So it's on internal page 20.
And all I just want to do, just to make sure that we're focusing on the question and not sort of, you know, wandering off on our own, is are you about to show me where Mr. Murdoch considered grade separation options for the severing of the 7 public rights of way?
No, because as I said, we're not designing the detailed road. We're dealing with it in principle. You asked, did we consider? Obviously, I didn't because I wasn't in the design. And where I'm taking you is to the strategy, the landscape strategy for addressing how footpaths might cross the road. So you'll see on page 20 where the routes are, the linkages through the green grid are provided, but also when you get to page 21, how they might cross. So they are crossing at grade, they're shown as crossing at grade associated with traffic calming. But that's all for the detail, because at the moment, the LVIA and the landscape is dealing with the parameters and setting the principles and not the detail, the design. Mr. Whitaker and Mr. Wild are dealing with the design of the road in combination with Kent County Council.
That's very helpful.
As to how they'll be done.
I'm really sorry to just, I know about the design of the road. I don't want to get into the design of the road because we are going to have a highway session, but just on this point, if I may, what I think you were saying there is because obviously the access isn't to be determined now, then grade separation of these severed rights of way is something that would be considered at a later stage, yes?
In the design, how those roads are crossed and how the roads are treated and the pedestrian rights of way will be for the detailed application.
So
but I understand there are discussions going on to try and address the concerns of Kent County Council.
So if the inspector, in considering this proposal as a whole, were to sort of reach the conclusion, well, actually, I think that the severing of all of those 7 public rights of way is a bit much. And I think the people of Sittingbourne really want to have some at-grade access to the countryside on footpaths, then maybe that would be a sensible thing to be addressed at the outline stage by way of conditions, wouldn't it? To preserve some of those routes so that they might access the countryside without having to cross a relief road.
I'm sure that if that is considered to be an issue that needs to be addressed, then condition may well be the approach. But I mean, that is for others and at a later date.
As I said, we've got a detailed, we've got a detailed roundtable on this coming up, and we've also got in the background, we're on the cusp of agreeing and stating the common ground with Kent all about this, and she's a landscaper. Mrs. Brockhurst is a landscape architect who's not involved with any of those discussions between Mr. Whitaker and Kent. So, I mean,
at the round table?
The detail of having grade separation.
I mean, I don't think there's much more to deal with at the round. I mean, that is what we're going to be dealing with at the round table. That's what it's for.
Yeah. Okay. Right, if we go to the northern section, so if you have a look at the other plan, and if you have a look at where it says Babchild, we've got ZR 191. Do you see that?
Hold on a minute.
Oh, sorry.
Hang on a minute. Yes. Hang on a minute. Which one are you looking at?
The other plan, and then I'm looking at Babchild.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at ZR 191, which goes in a pretty straight line, probably.
Yeah.
Now that route goes from the A2 and then moves into the countryside towards Tong Castle, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and that, of course, will be severed by the northern roads, yes, on the northern site. And then the same for ZR 192, yes, equally that will be severed as well.
Yes, and Ma'am, for your note... Oh, gosh. It's an eye of fading. Here we go. Right. So for your note, Ma'am, in terms of how this was envisaged within the landscape strategy, core document 1.27...
Yeah.
Internal page 44 shows those 2 footpaths crossing the relief road within the Parkland design study. And obviously the highways team will be able to talk more about how
you get across.
How that is facilitated within the scheme of the road.
Now, I think in fairness, this road, the Northern Relief Road, isn't designed to carry the level of traffic that the Southern Relief Road is intended to. But what we've got is severance of 2 of them. And then I wasn't quite sure about what's happening to ZR193, but that appears to also be in the way of the road. Is that right? Yep.
Yes.
So all 3 of those routes that lead away from Babchild will be severed by the new road, won't they?
Yes, I think, Ma'am, for your note again, if you turn to core document 2.14.
Hang on, where's 193?
It's where it says Hempstead Farm.
Oh, yes.
Farm, okay.
So if you see core document 2.14 is the, gives you the schematic.
Sorry, core document 1 point.
Sorry, 2.14.
2.14, yep.
That's the plan that shows the relationship of the road and the public rights of way and the development, just to contextualise, because I understand, we don't know what's happening, but if you see the relationship of where those footpaths are in relationship to not just the road but the wider context, you might find that helpful. All of these footpaths are shown on those plans.
I mean, contextualise away, but the point is the road will sever them, yes?
Oh yes, I didn't say they wouldn't, but I'm just saying what you're showing is just the road, and I'm just saying there is another plan which also helps for some of the others, showing what's happening, because what your plan misses is the consented development as well.
And there is development there, and it's planned to have developments as well. I'm just literally just restricting myself to the rights of way and the experience. And again, they are all routes which lead people out into the countryside, away from, in this case,
Yes, but when we say out to the open countryside, as far as the railway line, in terms of heading north, because all of those footpaths, ZR191, ZR192, ZR195 and ZR256, it's all north-south connections, but obviously you get to Lower Road and you get to the railway line, so it's not they're not taking you to the wider countryside. They're very specific locations. And that footpath where you said, I'm not quite sure what's happening, and I would agree, ZR193 leaves the A2, goes through some housing, cuts across and returns to Hempstead Lane and the settlement. So in itself, its context will change and it won't have the views over the farm and the orchard. So it will change.
Let's just walk that back again then. So let's have a look at the railway line. Now, the railway line doesn't have trains constantly travelling across it like a road, like a relief road, does it?
No.
No. And so in terms of its intrusion, visually, and in terms of tranquility and noise, then it's not the same as a relief road, is it?
No, it isn't. No. It isn't the same as a relief road.
And if I want to get into the wider countryside, of course, you're right. The ZR191 at Tong Castle does reach the railway line and then doesn't go through at that point, although it looks like it might do because there looks to be like an undercutting there. But you go down to the road and then that little country lane cuts under the railway, doesn't it? Because there's the railway goes over the top, yeah?
Yes,
and then
people can carry on
and get out
the
into
fact they have to pass under the railway line.
Countryside, yeah. And the experience of walking along country lanes, with or without your four-legged friend, is generally something that people are happy to do, isn't it?
Well, some more so than others.
You might put the dog on a lead.
I would always put the dog on the lead, yes.
So again, it's right to say that that is for the people of Babchild, and for that, I suppose, that side of Sittingbourne as well, the eastern side, that is an important part of their access to the countryside, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And are there any plans to have grade separation in that area?
You would have to ask those responsible for the design of the road.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Right, well, how are we going to do?
We're going to do all right. Do you have any questions for this witness, madam?
Oh, I probably do.
You probably do, he said, right? Yeah. You were so entranced.
Mr. Young's cross-examination.
There you go. That's going right on his website. Entrancing cross-examination. Exactly. Just like that, automatically. Exactly.
Right. Okay.
There's very little at the moment. Very little re-examination. So we're on track. Subject to you, pressure's on you, madam. Really,
Yeah, that's trouble, isn't it? Right. Okay. I just wanted to start then. So this is going to be a long time. Hopefully not. But I was said. Mr. Pereira had the northern site as one of his 5 topics that he was going to cover, and then didn't cover it, the northern one, in the end. So I just wanted to ask, because you said that there was a difference, and that was where there were long-term effects. Could you just, perhaps you could just expand a bit on that?
Yeah,
please?
so because the methodology differs, because the assessors differ in their professional judgment and experience on such matters, what you have in the LVIA is acceptance that there are residual significant effects in relation to the northern landscape, the northern application site in terms of landscape and visual effects. And that's just because they use a different methodology and a different approach to how they assess year 15. So that's why there is a difference. And I do deal with that, my thoughts on that, in my evidence CD 37.3.2.
Done.
And of course, all the way through my evidence, I described the southern site before I described the northern, because I went with the numerical ordering of the appeals reference, so the PINS reference, which is why mine is always the reverse of everyone else.
So sorry, what paragraph?
So it's in section 5. I think it's section 5, the northern. And then it's internally my paragraph 5.9.
Okay.
So I think that after year 15 and beyond, that compared to, and I think this is the difference between myself and Miss Ahern, at year 15, the landscape pattern that happened at year, the effects that happened at year 1 aren't returned back to the baseline, but we have a new landscape pattern and a new land cover and new management, which I say and an extensive country park that actually mean that at year 15 there wouldn't be residual, but because of the approach and methodology used by that consultancy, they do conclude residual effects at year 15.
Because they're going back to the baseline.
I think that's how they're dealing with it, which is they're sort of taking a different reference point. So I make my observations from paragraph 5.9 onwards.
Right, okay. So that they are adopting Miss O'Hearn's approach.
It appears to
and
be,
not yours.
yes.
I see. So, is this the only area then that you don't agree with the LVIA?
Yes.
But what about the year one? Would they have done the same with the year one?
So year one is always assessed against the effects assessed against the baseline.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. So, yeah, I think I understand that. Yes, okay, thank you. Now, the other thing, so you are, I understand that you obviously haven't done your own LVIA and you're adopting the one that's already been done, and you talked a lot about, you know, how much experience they've got of it and all the rest of it, landscape, and they've you know, been involved for a long time. So, I mean, does that mean that you are apart from that area where you've just said, that you are accepting their judgments?
I'm accepting their judgment for a number of reasons, and I do set out in my paragraph, I believe it's 1.25, why I take the approach I do in respect of the submitted material.
Yes, I mean, you was...
And I go through in detail all the reasoning why I do that, because, you know, and in fairness, Miss Ahern also doesn't undertake a full LVIA. She highlights some areas where she differs, but my knowledge and understanding of the scheme in the time I've been involved will never be superior to that of those who have been part of the design team and not only doing the assessment but feeding back to Mr. Murdoch and to Mr. Sutherland. Their knowledge of what they're assessing and understanding is far greater. So any assessment I might do in the time I had available would just be inferior in terms of my total understanding of the proposals.
But I mean, in terms of judgments, I mean, you've obviously walked a lot around the site, and you know, are there no points that you think, oh gosh, I don't really agree with that in terms of visual effects?
No, I was quite happy with the conclusions, and I think they've all been. Not only is it the words that are used to describe the actual effect, so significant, adverse, or not significant, but it's all of the narrative that, once you explore the narrative they've used in their tables as to why they reach their judgments, that's all very clear. So I was quite happy with why their judgment is made and how they came to that point.
Apart from the year 15 of
Apart from the year 15, I think that's just a sort of matter of principle. Some practitioners take my approach and some don't, and that's and I think, but only because when you're looking at a project which is going on the length of time this project will be, it's not there's year 1 and there's year 15. As I say in my evidence, some of the planting, particularly for the southern, will have been in place for many years. So yes, there will be a change, but the new landscapes that are being created will also have matured and become valued assets to the communities they serve, including those people travelling out of Sittingbourne and the people who will be living in the new communities. So that's where I sit, and I've obviously had discussions with the authors of those documents to understand where they're at as well.
Okay, thank you. I think I asked about the embedded.
Yes.
So the advanced planting, do I understand it then that the advanced planting is a similar?
Well, the advanced planting is acknowledging that embedded mitigation, a component of that should come forward early on.
So it is the same then?
So it being embedded in the design is different to the phasing of which it's delivered when construction starts on site.
So the advanced planting is embedded mitigation, which is planted
delivered early. Yeah.
I see. Okay. Thank you. The only other thing I think the only other thing I just wondered whether you could explain to me a little bit more about the the visualizations, if we could just have a quick look at those.
Yeah, okay.
Which are so if we take the southern,
Is that core document 9.2.30 is the bundle?
that's it. So I understand, in particular, I understand the principle, but in particular, what I didn't quite understand was the one with the great big blocks of green. Well, in fact, there are a few of them, aren't there? But if we could just go to this one will do first. Visualize. Sorry, I can't read this. Visualization. Is it 3?
Oh.
With a house in it that then
Yeah,
disappears.
the house that disappears. Yeah.
Now, those I just can't understand what those blocks, big tall blocks of green are. I mean, I'm sure they're meant to be planting, but
planting, yes.
And they're nearer, but they just look so unrealistic, and I don't really understand.
They're absolutely unrealistic in terms of its visualization. So what has happened here is that the parameters have been used, and I think it's a fairly rudimentary tool, which is everything is treated as a block. So there's the horizontal extent of where the footprint of the block of planting, and then that's been extruded to a height which represents growth at year 15. So yes, they are what they're showing.
I've never seen them done quite like that.
Nor have I.
They're not very.
I think, yeah. Everyone does these things slightly differently, and then I know. Well, last week I was at an inquiry where we showed the parameters and the buildings, and I was still accused of sort of not quite getting it right because the buildings weren't the right colour, even though it was an outline. So however we do it, we don't quite hit the mark. But yes, that is a very crude way of showing the woodland.
Would it help or not with this, madam, to actually try and work through together exactly where the viewpoint is and compare it to the GI?
Well, I've got a plan coming, haven't I?
You do have plans. You do have plans.
Yeah, I haven't got them yet. So I think I can work out where it's from, but I suppose it is just these two. I mean, they look like, I don't know what they look like. Anyway, right, okay, I think you've answered it anyway. So, and then we also have, we just look, 7, I can...
Oh, yeah.
7 I can sort of... But I don't think there's any... The thing is, I didn't see anything between year 1 and year 2, and I think you said that too, didn't you?
We have scrutinised this drawing in particular after the conversation that I think you and Miss Miller had earlier on. The woodland planting blocks are in the image. But what's happened and what happens with this particular viewpoint is when we look at the proposed wire line, so you have this I haven't written on them, and you're more than welcome to have all these big flappy plans.
That's a couple of pages before the visualisation.
Oh,
So it's this one down here. So when you scrutinise the extent of that development in line with what you see at year 15, the vegetation, the existing vegetation, basically works really hard at year 1, because when you compare what is visible in terms of the wireframe with what's in the view, basically the positioning of the development is set down. So already the existing vegetation has done most of the sort of visual assimilation work, and the tree planting, which works at a very local scale, has very little impact on this view at this scale. You don't really discern it. So I can confirm that the mature vegetation at year 15 is included within that view, but you just don't notice it because it's not having to do a great deal of work because it's already done by the existing framework.
So what you're saying is by in year 1, the tree planting, the vegetation, it won't change much after that?
It won't change much because this view is reliant on the existing vegetation in terms of the principal positioning of development within the view.
Right, I see. Okay, thank you. And then there was one more, I think, with the similar sort of... Oh, yes. So if we look at visualisation 5, which I can't remember exactly where it was, but it doesn't matter for the point of the question. So if you look... Oh, is this... No, this is actually Bexon Lane, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
The new junction.
Yeah.
That's Bexon Lane, a few pages backwards.
Yes.
That's right. Okay, so if we just look at year 1 then, we've got, is that the sort of mound in the foreground? Is that,
yes.
Is that the raised area, one of the, as the thing goes over the...
Yes, that's the proposed road earthworks.
Right. Okay. Where's my... So that's the earthworks.
And again, you possibly see that clearer because of the variations of blue and green on the wireframe image that precedes that. Okay. So another one of these.
Oh,
blocks.
yes, I see. Okay, yes.
I think it reads clearer on that one.
And then on that wireframe, the blue is...
So the blue is the, I think in this case, the blue is, my understanding is the commercial.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's the commercial. And then to the very far left of the view, you see part of the residential coming in.
So is that all that blue meant to be the same colour?
It is all the same colour. I think they've sort of shaded around the corner, but yes, it is. And you see, there's the commercial development has got differing maximum height. So there's some at 10, some at 12, and some at 16.5 metres, which is why you see, particularly on the left-hand side of that image, why it steps down. And in the key, you can see it's all commercial, but it's at different heights.
All right, so if we just turn over then. So the wireframe just shows the development. It doesn't show any planting or anything like that. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. So then we look at year 1, which... Oh no, that's year 15. Hold on. The left-hand one. Year 15 then. Oh no. Is it? Or year 1? Year one.
Year one.
Yeah, left-hand one's year one. So by year one, so there must be quite a lot of advanced planting there, mustn't
Yes,
there?
there is advanced planting as part of that strategy.
So there'll be advanced, but Bart, I thought that the that junction was proposed quite early on, isn't it, with the Southern Relief Road? Isn't that meant to be one of the first things that's done? So how, I don't really understand how. I suppose, yeah, I suppose then that will be quite a few years hence, won't
Yes.
it, year one?
So at year one, I think it helps to understand those changes when one looks at year one compared to year 15 from that viewpoint.
Yeah.
So you can see, obviously there is advanced planting, and then when you look at the year 15 view, you see what's happening beyond that.
Yes.
And I'm just...
Okay, I think I understand that, thank you. Right.
That was it.
Unless you're
Ooh.
searching for something, I think...
Well, I don't know if I'm going to search for something to
I
some
think
form
I
of a veil,
understand
but I suppose it's the phasing. There is a phasing plan for the southern scheme.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I think in fairness, when one looks at the phasing plan for the southern scheme, we are showing on the photo montages the bare minimum of planting, because in the phasing plan, obviously all of the field is to be planted, and what we're showing is just sort of around the structure. So it is worst case in terms of what is being shown. So detailed design obviously needs to come forward, but that part of the landscape buffer, that landscape strategy comes in at year 1 to 3. So it's very early on.
It's 8.8 is that phasing plan, just for reference.
Thank you. So, in fact, the visualisation then for that doesn't show the whole field being planted up, does it?
No, it just shows planting along the motorway and around the structure, but not the entire field. So
that won't be done until later, will it?
I think in terms of the master plan, I think all of it will happen earlier on. I just don't think that I think the visualisation has just shown worst case rather than full extent of the landscape provision.
So all the planting will be done at an early stage?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Right then, thank you.
Thank you.
Very, very little indeed. So nothing in relation to the local authorities' questions. Obviously, there are all sorts, but I didn't ask any. Nothing in relation to what the inspector said. Just a couple of, well, really one micro detail in the context of everything we've been talking about in relation to footpaths. So just things that I'm not going to ask about are at-grade crossings and all of that, because we will certainly come back to that in the round table. I'm not going to come back on the wider, connectivity within the PROW network, and indeed from that to other things too, because we'll go back over that. One particular point of detail, though, just to, and it's more really just for your note. It's not exactly re-examination, but just you were taken, Mrs. Brockhurst, to the footpaths in the north.
Yes.
And it was suggested to you on the back of the red line diagram that's been put in that there be severance of ZR191 by the Northern Relief Road and ZR192 by the Northern Relief Road, and you accepted both of them, i.e. you accepted that there would be, that the Northern Relief Road would go through those footpaths, those public rights of way. And then it was also suggested, sort of understandably, given the way that this plan's been prepared, it was suggested that ZR193 would also be severed, which is the smaller one down around Hempstead Farm.
Yes.
And in response to that, you said yes on the basis.
Yes. Well, I said if you look at core document 2.14, you see the relationship of that footpath to the road.
You did, and that's what got me thinking to check, because when you referred to that 2.14, did you say 2.14?
Yes.
Which maybe, Inspector, if you could just very briefly get out now, if you could. Not at all. We can see, can't we, on there, ZR193.
Yes.
And it comes right up next to the proposed, on this plan, on the proposed green line, which on this plan is the route of the Northern Relief Road.
Yes.
But it doesn't cross. And so that, again, got us wondering about that. And I'll just give the Inspector a reference, because obviously this is just a question of fact in the end. It's detailed highways drawings that illustrate what's proposed. The reference is to core document 1.19.6. 1.19.6, and within there it's PDF page 28. That's within the TA for the Northern Scheme. And we will see as and when we actually get there, but we don't need to turn it up now, but we can do that. That there is no severance of that footpath, but we can obviously come back to that at the round table.
Yes.
And I suppose, again, something to come back to at the round table on Prow, but just given the questions on the Southern scheme, on the Southern application from Mr. Young, we're very much concerned with the interaction of the proposed Southern Relief Road. Remember, lots of questions about that. Proposed Southern Relief Road with this footpath network, with the Prow network, and how those two things would interrelate, and he counted up the number of crossings and all of that. Do you remember all of those?
Yes, I do. You
won't have had a chance to see, so I'm just going to read it to you, because it's only just come in over the last 24 hours. The Highway Statement of Common Ground with Kent, with his clients, is core document 34.12 now. And it says there at 34.12 on page 10, as among matters agreed, and I should say everything's as all the matters are matters agreed now with Kent on highways, which is something I want to talk to the Inspector about at the end, but we'll come back to that. It said as matters agreed that the proposals for the Southern Relief Road are supported in principle by Kent, because they meet policy aspirations for a new link between the A2 and the M2 to the east of Sittingbourne to relieve existing congestion in and around Sittingbourne, as set out in local transport plan and other things. Don't need to read it all out. It then says, the delivery of the Southern Relief Road and new M2 junction fulfil the identified strategic need for this critical piece of new infrastructure to support economic growth. So that's really, there's not a question in that. I'm just noting that for you, because we're going to come back to it in the round table. The principle of this road is agreed with Kent, and indeed it's agreed not just that it should happen, but that it's critical.
Yeah, and just for context, obviously that's a highway statement of common ground. It's not a PROW Statement of Common Ground. So that's the position with the road. We've been clear about the highways. We're talking about a different area of concern for Kent County Council. They've raised concerns about the impact on the public right-of-way network. It will be obviously an important matter for you to report upon as a separate issue, and therefore we mustn't just read across, well, Kent are happy with everything, because the rights-of-way is a separate consideration.
Fair enough.
Forward to discussing it at the round
Absolutely,
table.
and just on that, exactly so, no, quite right. And the last thing, just to say, it's really, again, just a reference for you, Madam, to tee up this round table. There were lots of references to what might or might not be happening at specific footpaths, and I won't go over them all, because Mrs Brockhurst's general evidence was, this isn't really for me, but just so you're aware, we've got already in the evidence, I'll just give you the reference to it, what's called a framework prowling improvement strategy. And that, so I'll just give you the reference to it. It is Appendix SW2 to Mr Whitaker's evidence, and that is core document 37.12.2 PDF.
Which appendix? Appendix 2?
It's Appendix 2 to his evidence, exactly. That goes through, in a number of tables, sort of footpath by footpath, what was at the stage he did his evidence, which is a month ago, what was proposed in terms of different crossings and all the rest of it. That's where I got my references from. Now, just so you're aware, this is not re-examination, but it's just so you're aware and tease up what's coming in the round table. That strategy is the thing that we've been discussing with Kent for the last month or more. And there will be, through, and hopefully the intention is an updated PROW Statement of Common Ground, a proposed strategy that we all agree on, that will form the basis of the PROW roundtable. So that's what we're working on, but we haven't done it yet, which is why you've not got it. So I'll leave it there.
When am I going to get that?
They're all in the room. I mean, as soon as we can, right?
What does that mean? I mean, after the round table session.
We've got.
I mean, we might not need a round table session if.
Well, no, we
agree on
might.
everything.
No, well, can we come back to? We obviously don't. We don't. We've got all the people in the room, so, or not quite all the people, but a lot of the people in the room. But we'll come back to you as soon as possible. I've got no further questions, or no questions really, for Mrs Brockhurst. But before we do close for the day and indeed for the week, there's just a couple of bits of housekeeping that I can let her go.
Yeah, you carry on.
Just raise one point, which is this plan has been superimposed the road onto the footpath network.
Yeah.
This plan, which is the developer's plan, shows, and I can see it doesn't show severance. Obviously, it all depends on the accuracy of the plans.
Yeah.
And you may say, well, we don't need to have a round table session, but I think we do need to look carefully at the public rights of way, the plans, where the severance is, what the junctions are, whether there's great separation.
We totally agree with all of that. Sorry.
So I think we should have that session. I think there's some important points of detail. I think it would give you an opportunity to ask any questions, and so I would encourage that session if that's okay.
Presumably, you're not going to agree, are you? Then to various points.
I'm sure we're going to agree lots, but
Yeah,
I think nevertheless, it's a bit like my affordable housing evidence, isn't it? I'm sure it's all agreed, but sometimes,
Don't go into that, Mr. Young.
I can't bring it. I can't bring it in this case, but I think it's important that we do have a session about that. For local people, those public rights of way are really important, and so I think they probably do want a discussion.
As long as there's stuff to discuss, we'll have one.
Yeah, good.
What I'm saying is, if there's no points to discuss, there's not much point of having.
There's no objection at all. The reason I gave a reference to the TA, is given Mr Young's point about how accurate the plans are, he's absolutely right, of course he is, is that the TA's actually got a really accurate, zoomed-in highways engineering drawing, you know, that shows exactly where everything is. So you can, but that's only one example. There'll be others, obviously, to come back to at the round table.
Madam, can I just say we'd endorse the approach to the round table session because, of course, the Five Parishes group has filed a proof and does want to talk about the rights of the way, and those are some of the points that we decided not to put today, but to deal with at that session.
Sure.
What I was saying was, if there's nothing at issue, then
I think if there's nothing at issue between us and the council and the appellant, yes, but I don't think you're going to reach that position with the parish. I think.
I suspect it is unlikely you'll reach that position.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So that's.
I mean, what I would, if we're having a roundtable discussion, obviously I'd like the county council to be there.
And we're going to be there.
Good. It's all right then. Right, was there something else you wanted to talk about, Mr. Simons?
So the first thing is, as we sort of come to a close of this first mini block, I know we're obviously coming back. I'm aware that there's a number of things that we owe you still, and shall I just go over some of them that I've got on my list, and then
Yep, please.
we've got to provide you with, and I've signed off now, as I hope you find them more useful, the viewpoint plans that are better than the ones that you had originally, or have, but not very clearly. That's the first thing. The second thing is Mrs. Brockhurst is going to produce a technical note in relation to those points that were raised about the ZTV on the motorway junction. The third thing is a new plan, or a composite plan around the Stone Farm area, if I can put it like that, in the north, that superimposes onto a single plan a number of different things. The so-called the countryside gap, the different red lines for the consented development at Stones Farm, and other things in the area. So we're going to put on the conservation area boundary also, and the area of search for the is it AS, whatever it is, one, or the Northern Relief Road policy. So we're going to do that composite plan around that particular area. We were also going to do another composite plan, but this one in the south, that overlays the parameters with the AHLV designation, which Mrs. Brockhurst was talking about earlier on today. So we got all that stuff that we're getting on with. We are going to come up with and issue at some point a response to this letter from the Kent Wildlife Trust. And there's one more thing that we're proposing to put in that I don't know whether it's actually been canvassed in front of everyone, but it's been canvassed behind the scenes, but I don't know whether it's been canvassed with you yet, so I'll just mention it. We've prepared an overlay plan between two different things. Let me just get it right, what the overlay is between. We have put on to, this is all about heritage, we've put onto the development structure plans, there are two. The development structure plan, which is a sort of a version of the parameters with the different land uses. We have put onto some zoomed in extracts from the development structure plan, the relevant heritage assets for next week or the week after, and we have indicated how far some of those assets are, as a matter of fact, and we've shown how we're doing it, from things like the boundary of our site, the nearest, the road, where, for example, it's the road that's an issue. We've done the road, the relief road, or indeed where it's buildings that are an issue. We've done the distance just in meters from the nearest. You can see how we've done the arrows and we've scaled it. The nearest buildings or whatever. So there are in fact, because we've done a series of zoomed in sections around the relevant heritage assets. There are 7 of them, and there's a plan showing how the 7 all fit together. They've all been shown to the council, and I think Mr. Prayer will tell me we're either in a position where they're either agreed, as it were, or at least not disputed, in as much as the council I don't think can undertake or can verify the measurements, or isn't proposing that the measurements are wrong. But Mr. Pereira will tell me if I've got that wrong. I may have got that wrong. But in any event, they are in the end factual plans. I mean, for me, I've got to coming at this, trying to work out how to do the heritage evidence, trying to work out where they all are and how close they are from elements in the schemes I found them very helpful.
Yeah.
So I was proposing to hand them in. The problem is I was proposing to hand them in tomorrow, and I've not got them now, and we're leaving, so it's not going to be very good. But anyway, but I just wanted to raise that. And
has it been shared with the
I don't know.
No.
Right, no, in that case, but they need to be, obviously. And I was really wanting to, of course, no, they should be. And I want, the point of mentioning it now was because if they're going to be put in at all, there's no good putting it in when we get back, when we do.
Not when we start heritage.
No, exactly. So either way, maybe we'll talk offline about how we're going to do it, because there's a courier bringing them all along in the next sort of hour or something. By 5:30, but we're not going to be here at 5:30, so that's not any good.
We could be here at 5:30.
Oh, okay, well maybe.
Well,
maybe that's the way. Maybe that's the way forward then. But I just want to mention that.
That's plan, is it?
That was that.
What about the other ones then? When are they going to arrive?
I mean, they're almost all done. Can we say early next week? And how we're going to get them to you, I'm not sure, but
Can we have hard copies?
We're going to have hard copies.
A3 size?
Yeah, that's the plan. That's
right,
the plan.
I think you just have to...
we could email them in the short term, but then in terms of hard copies...
Yeah, but I can't print out on A3.
No, I appreciate that.
Oh, here she is.
Or maybe there's what we could do, I don't know if we could send them to Helen and Yvonne.
Plans be sent to Yvonne, do you think?
The viewpoint plans, the landscape viewpoints, are on their way and are going to be here tomorrow, apparently.
Oh, right. Okay, well, we won't be here tomorrow.
So we need to arrange with here to send them to either myself or Yvonne.
Well, maybe if we could offline in the sense of not right now, we'll take postage or courier details, and we'll get things to Yvonne and Helen, and indeed to the other parties as well.
Okay.
That's almost everything.
Well, do you want us to wait for the plans that are going to be confirmed today? If people want
ideally, yes. I mean, the courier's coming by 5:30 today, so...
If people want them, then...
It would be useful. I mean, I can show people... We can obviously email them to anyone who has to leave, but if anyone wants the printout, then it would be worth waiting.
Yeah.
The only other thing I just wanted to... Oh, two things. I know it's almost 5 o'clock. I'll just be very quick. The first thing is that we're still waiting for the author of the PBA red line assessment thing. That's something for the council to come back to everyone on. And last but not least... I just wanted to note, and I'm not expecting us to actually deal with it now, because given the time of day, but we have got, at the moment, in the inquiry, a considerable tranche of time that's intended to be given over to highways evidence for totally understandable reasons. Certainly when we wrote the programme, that was the idea. Is it 2 weeks plus, or something like this, 2 weeks at least? Totally understandable why. I wanted to just raise now, and we'll come back to it perhaps when the evidence is actually exchanged, but given the nature of the statements of common ground that have now been agreed with Kent and with National Highways, I appreciate, to state the blindingly obvious, but I'll just say it out loud, obviously we've not got a statement of common ground with Mr Bamber and the Rule 6 party, so there's still going to be, obviously, lots of highways evidence. But the idea that it's going to take 2 weeks plus or whatever seems... things have moved on, because there's basically going to be no disagreement with Kent on the things we were going to have evidence on. I appreciate there's 106 matters that we need to come back to, and with National Highways too. I'm not suggesting that we give away those weeks yet, but I wanted to just raise it and ask you, Madam, maybe when you do go through those statements of common ground, we can, maybe when we come back and talk about heritage, we can perhaps have a more, because I think the Highways evidence may have been exchanged by...
Well, I won't have a chance to read the Highways.
No, fair enough. No. But I just wanted to raise, because I think if most of the time estimates for things I think are actually going to work out quite well, everything seems to be everything's moving in the right direction. I suspect that the highways overall time estimate, for totally understandable reasons at the time, because we couldn't assume that things were going to be agreed, but given where things are, that's going to be the one where we need to think quite carefully about, but I mean yeah, well, let's ask Mr Bell then, what do you think?
I mean, it's difficult, but I do think, given the position outlined, that much has been agreed or much will be agreed, probably 2 weeks is a lot, but I'd like to say that we wait until we see the proofs. I've seen a draft of our proof of evidence. I have an idea as to how long that is and the issues it's raising, but not enough to be able to say how that would affect time estimate in any real meaningful way.
It'll still be a contention. Obviously, I'm not suggesting it's only going to be a day or something. It'll be a week or maybe more, but I'm not sure it'll be 2 weeks or more, sort of thing.
Are we going to have to go into things like modelling?
No. Well, I say no. No, let me walk that back, as Mr. Young's. Not with Kent or with National Highways, thank heavens. But I don't know what Mr. Bamber's going to be saying, and so it may be that we do in the context of the Rule 6 parties case, but the really detailed and time-consuming, and why we put it in at 2 weeks was because I couldn't rule out at that time we'd have to be doing modelling and other things with National Highways and with Kent, but we don't.
Yeah, but if we have to...
Madam, there will be some discussion surrounding modelling. I mean, maybe the way to deal with this is noting that you won't have time to read the transport proofs.
Of course.
Is Mr. Simons and I can have a chat together with anyone else involved in highways and put something to you once we've had that chat.
I'm happy to do that. Yeah, I just wanted to raise it now just to get people thinking about it.
It's only quite a long time to understand that sort of stuff.
Well, I agree. Me too. No, me too. No, I agree. And so it depends on what Mr. Bamber's got to say, obviously, and so we'll find out.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, Mr. Kevin Brown from National Highways has suggested a roundtable session. So I don't know whether...
Yes.
Oh, yes, that's
he
right.
did, and I should have mentioned that.
Yes.
I remember that Mr. Westmoreland-Smith's got, who's acting for National Highways, has availability issues in week 2 of the Highways stuff, and he continues to ask me to remind everyone about that, which I'm reminding everyone about that. But I know National Highways did suggest a round table. What we could do, I mean, I've got no particular... We'll see what the evidence says, obviously. What we could do is do a round table first, but restrict it to the strategic road network, i.e. the motorway, and we could just do that. Then National Highways could do their bit, and then they could leave if that's what they want to do, rather than be cross-examined. And then we could get on to Mr. Bamber, and he could give his evidence in full. But I'm happy to put a pin in that. I did notice that National Highways have suggested that we do their bit round table, which we're neutral
keen on that, though.
I thought you might not be, but
particularly.
Happy either. I mean, it's for you to.
I haven't seen the evidence.
Of course not. Nor have we.
But
Nor have we.
So can I?
Mr. Weston-Smith then? He's not going to be available for any of week 2.
No. So what he's been suggesting. Sorry, Chris.
No.
What he has suggested, and I'm happy to. We're happy to try and accommodate this because it's important that obviously you hear from them, that he suggested, even if it's not round table, his original suggestion was that we do the strategic road network issues first in full. I'm not sure if that's really going to work. Anyway, that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, okay. Well, can you just bear with me a minute? So, where's our programme?
Our programme is... I don't think we actually have it...
yeah, we do on the website.
I've started drafting
Tranche 2.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, but I haven't...
You haven't got very far.
Published or circulated yet.
No.
No, okay.
I got the email from Mr. Brown and I'd just done 2.5 weeks of highways. So.
No, okay.
Yeah.
No, fair enough.
We our side had circulated originally an overall suggested route map, as it were, that had, I think, 2 or 2.5 weeks or something for highways.
I'm looking at the timetable now. I don't know if I'm in a parallel universe. It starts on the 3rd of June.
Yeah.
Runs for a week. Then we have a reserve day on Monday the 9th, and then it runs for 3 days until Thursday, say 10th, 11th, and 12th of June.
Yeah, because I can't do the Friday. That's why.
Yeah, so there's our 2 weeks.
I think those. I'm not sure that draft as yet, but I mean, I think that was our salvo, as it were. That now the programme.
I'm just wondering whether we could change things around slightly so that we had 2 weeks of highways when Mr. Westmoreland-Smith was actually around.
Oh, that.
Just a thought. But stay here, Helen. Just looking at your... So we were going to have... I mean, could we have the... I mean, we could, possibly, I don't know what you think, have the sort of socio-economic affordable housing before the highways, could we or not?
Could I...
Can I just jump in there?
So we've been working off this timetable, and there are others of us who spend time away from this inquiry doing other things. And so we have all worked on that basis, or certainly I have. I mean, my opening salvo is that we are, you are not going to be treated to a week of VISIM modelling and other exciting escapades. And so, yeah, I don't think it will take anything like 2 weeks, even if the parishes do participate in consideration of that. Once the two highway authorities are satisfied about the modelling, then that's a week gone, if not most of 2 weeks, I would have thought. So I don't think there's any risk you're going to need, to find another week. And I think Mr. Westmoreland Smith's can be easily accommodated in that first week. I don't mind waiting, if there's anything. But I think I said in opening confidently that we may not even appear, or if we do appear, it'll be in a very passive role, just to observe, because we don't have any dispute over highway capacity or highway safety issues. And by the way, we are the highway authority for this road, so I think that's significant. I mean, we may come back in May. I think, judging by the temperature of this room in March, I might do it in t-shirt and shorts. But the fact is, I think you'll be here for maybe 3 days on highways at most.
Well, if that's the case, that'd be fine. But I mean, it's all very well you saying, well, highway authorities agreed it, so it's all right. But the fact is that the Rule 6 parties might want to ask questions about modelling. Yeah. And I probably need one of you here to, we've obviously got the applicant.
Mr. Wild's going to be here, and I was expecting, even if this was all agreed, which obviously, thank goodness it is, with Kent and with National Highways. I say it's all agreed with National Highways. There's a non-objection situation from National Highways in the way that it's explained. Mr. Wild's going to be here, and because he's going to have to respond to Mr. Bamber, he is on top of the modelling, and I was going to do a reasonably sort of comprehensive evidence in chief with him anyway, because I think even if it's agreed with the key authorities, you need to be able to report on it clearly to the Secretary of State. It's an important part of our case, obviously. Mm-hmm. So obviously we'll welcome Kent to be here as well. I mean, the more the merrier. But you will have that advice from him, and I'd like Mr. Young's optimism. That sounds good to me, obviously. But the note of caution is, of course, Mr. Bamber is a highways consultant, and I've cross-examined him a couple of times before, and I know he's got a lot. He'll have a lot to say, and it won't. It might be, several hours of cross-examining him. So from my side of it, I mean, I don't know what he said yet. Obviously, I'm just giving you a flavour. So it could go on. It could go on that week, sort of thing. It could go on a week. I think overall, that on your suggestion, which obviously in general makes sense about moving forward affordable and viability, I think I'd prefer probably not to do that yet. So maybe we just. I'm glad I've raised it, but having raised it, maybe we see, as Mr. Bell said, we see what's in the evidence, and we can come to you and the programme officers with detailed time estimates, and then we can not stick to those time estimates when we ask our questions.
I mean, I might not have any questions for you or your,
On the other hand, you might.
But I might.
So we need to be here.
So I'd only ask you to be here if it's necessary. I'm sure you've got other things to do.
Look, it's in my diary for that. What I didn't want you to do is suddenly start moving it around and saying it's going to be the week after, because there might be something else there.
Fact, trying pragmatic sort of. But I appreciate that. We'll stick to what we said, and.
Madam, if it assists, we can also liaise with the highways authorities to discuss kind of choreography for council's availability. We've got Mr. Bamber is on standby for the full 2 weeks, so we can slot in if Mr. Westmoreland Smith isn't able to find a Mr. Eastmoreland Smith like my Simon Barnes, who's coming for Heritage. Then I'm sure we can fit in.
I suspect Mr. Bamber's going to be on pretty soon. Is one thing I would say in that 2 week window. He'll be on day one or day two. He might be the first highways witness, depending on National Highways,
But the thing, I would prefer not to deal with it as a round table.
No. Well, I think with Mr. Bamber, I would agree with that. And I'd like to do Mr. Wild in chief at length, I think, because there's a lot in this. There's a lot to understand, and even if we don't get into detailed modelling, which we might have to, obviously, there's been a lot raised. A lot of things were raised in the landscape sessions where I've said repeatedly, well, Mr. Wild can explain this, Mr. Wild can explain that, and all of that.
You've kept a note of them.
Well, yeah, some of them. Okay, thank you.
Right.
So, thank you very
All
much.
right, well, thank you all very much. So, just for everybody watching, we are now having a 2-week break. So we're back on the, can someone give me the date? Tuesday the, is it 8th of April? Gosh. Tuesday the 8th of April, so we won't be here next week, so, and we won't be here for the rest of this week.
But
All right.
Madam, I have just one point before you close.
Yes, of course.
Sorry, I've just turned my microphone off. You'll obviously be aware in our opening we invited you up the church tower, so to speak.
Yes, you did.
Madam, if you do want to set up that visit, I'm told you could go as early as tomorrow if you wanted to.
Okay.
But
Well, I just need to be accompanied. That's the only thing.
Are we also able to?
if you can climb the windy staircase,
We can, because we've been trying to arrange that for a while.
yes. So it
That
can-
might have been arranged in the background, but that's
we
great.
can-
So we definitely need someone from the applicant. It's probably it'd be nice if someone from the council came, but not essential. As long as I can have somebody from, but. Would you like to come up the church?
We
tomorrow, Mr. Dyke? Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Are there lots of steps? Oh well.
Yeah.
It is quite the experience, but it is an enjoyable one, I would
Yeah,
say.
no. I've been up quite a few towers in my time.
The other thing I've been asked to raise with you is obviously if you're going to view the site at night,
Yes.
in respect to the lighting,
Yes.
one of the other vantage points that you may want to view it from is again up the church tower,
Church tower
because
at
you can
night.
see across the landscape.
I don't fancy
and
walking up and down the steps if it's going to be all in the dark.
they are lit.
Oh, are they?
That you can receive a blessing at the bottom.
What are you suggesting tomorrow night then?
No, madam. Really, I was just kind of raising tomorrow as it is available, and if you want to, let
If
us know
you're
when
here,
it suit
we'd
you,
be
we can-
perfectly happy to come. We could.
Well, I was
obviously-
thinking I was going to, as I'm here anyway and got a hotel
Yep.
booked, sort of might as well do some site visits tomorrow.
Yeah. If
So I'm
if it
happy
could be
to-
in the morning-ish time. I
I'm
don't
sure.
know.
I mean, we just need to speak to the custodian of the tower, but I think it's probably fine. Oh, Councillor Bonney's got the keys, so
Do you? Right.
Someone lent me
There you
one.
go.
So, but not at night then, you don't, you want...
Don't think so.
I
Well, at least not for now. We do need
No.
to talk about that nighttime.
I mean that.
Let's just concentrate on doing it in the day, shall we?
No, yes, madam. And the other site visit that we wanted to suggest to you is obviously you heard from Councillor Bonney about the crossing of Tong, and there were some discussions about being able to view it from there. Madam, if you wanted to go and view Tong and the conservation area, then that is something that can be
I can
arranged
do it
as
on
well.
my own, can't I?
You can do, madam.
I don't want to be accompanied.
No.
No, I was thinking I might do the northern site tomorrow. And I've done all of the southern sites. No, sorry, all the south of the southern site. So it's just the middle of the southern site to do then.
That would work with the church, wouldn't it? Be ideal.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to do all of that. But anyway, that's fine. So if you tell us a time, what time would you... Oh, I don't mind, really. Well, let's say the morning so everyone can...
Could we say 10ish or something? Does that work? 10 at the church.
So, and it's Rob Mersham, not Rob Mersham Green, yes?
Yes, I'll send the programme officer the details and we'll say... Sorry, I'll email the programme officer the details.
So we're going to have somebody from your side. Who's going to come? You're going to come. Yeah, all right. You're going to come.
It's not impossible. I mean, I've always wanted to go up to the church, but I've not been able to. But we'll see.
I think we better restrict numbers a bit, but and then someone from the council, Mr. Dygan. Yes, Mr. Dygan, and anybody else? I suppose someone. Okay,
Yep.
good. That sounds great. Thank you.
See you there.
And can we park
Yes,
Is there-
we'll make sure the gate's opened. I'll ask that the gate's opened at the side of the church in the field.
And you could just go in there
Yeah,
and park
yeah,
there?
you'll see. Just
Would it be possible for me to leave the car there if I wanted to walk round, or
yeah, we'll ask. Yeah,
I don't want to be locked in?
no, we'll ask that they don't lock you in. I'm sure.
All right. Okay, great. Well, anyway, we'll see you at 10 o'clock. So anybody who wants a copy of that plan, wait around. And we've got to pack all our...
Hopefully in the next 15 minutes, that's
Right.
the promise.
Everyone pack all their stuff up. Remove all your rubbish as well, please. And thank you very much. Look forward